We're here at the toss and it's game number 1, Super50 2023, Trinidad and Tobago against CCC. We have, of course, Darren Bravo, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and a very youthful looking Shane Dorridge as captain of the CCC. Of course, the match officials are here, and let's head across to them.
Gentlemen, welcome to the toss. Best wishes to both team. Trinidad, you the home team, you would spin with one.
Can you identify which one is which one?
This is head, this is tail.
Okay.
Heads.
Call is a head.
Heads is a call.
Heads it is.
It is head.
And it is heads if we can just steal Shane Dorridge across. Of course, CCC winning the toss. Shane, well, you started well by winning the toss. What are you going to do?
I'm going to have a ball first. Pitch looks a good one, but we may have a little more shot front, so we just want to see if we can exploit that with our seamers.
How it has been, with your experience working with these youngsters coming into this tournament?
It's been very good. They're young, they're enthusiastic, they just want to play cricket and enjoy it. And I think we have a lot of young, budding talent in the team. I think once we can put some good performances together, we would be good in the tournament.
Well, good luck and all the best.
Thank you.
And of course, Darren Bravo not winning the toss today. He lost the toss, but I think that's the only thing he would want to lose today. Darren, you have to bat first. Your thoughts on that?
I'm not disappointed. Seems like a pretty good batting wicket. As Trinidad and Tobago players, we're accustomed playing at the Queen's Park Oval, so hopefully we can go there and put a good total on the ball.
And of course, your form, everyone is looking forward to your performances. How it has been leading into this?
Yeah, it's been good. Had a couple of trial matches. Didn't really get much opportunities to bat because some of the guys were actually putting up some good scores. But I've been said I've been putting in some work, so hopefully I can go there and lead from the front.
Any surprises in the final 11?
Well, Evan Lewis is out for a bit of a niggle. And Carrie Pay and Matt Bial is out as well, so yeah.
Well, that was the situation. Good morning to all of viewers across the world, especially those in India who are also taking this broadcast. And of course, the news down at pitchside, as you would have seen, CCC winning the toss, and they have decided to bowl first. And as their captain, Shane Dorridge, said, there is something in the track. Well, speaking about something in the track, a man who would have exploited that if there was anything in the track is Riyad Emrit, who is one of our commentators for this series. Let me say a very good morning to Riyad. Good morning, Riyad. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod, and good morning to all the viewers across the world, especially in India, as you say. They're locked on looking at this game.
But Riyad, whilst coming across the turf there, you might have noticed the track. Your early assessment?
Yeah, obviously there's a bit of moisture. 9 o'clock start. It's first time probably in the history of the CG50 over tournament that they're starting the game at 9 a.m. So there's going to be some moisture there for the fast bowlers, probably first hour or so. Hopefully, the Trinidad batters can see this through. And, the wicket after that is definitely going to be a good wicket, a good batting wicket. So hopefully we can see some good batting display with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Well,
as you can see in your pictures there, you can notice the presence of Omar Khan. Omar Khan, of course, Riyad Emrit, very close to Omar, and Omar would have been his manager many, many years in different settings, Trinidad and Tobago, of course, Guyana Amazon Warriors. Good to see Omar in the setup.
Yeah, it's good to see him back. I started my career with Omar as manager, someone who's very dedicated to his job. He's a people's person. He loves to see the team getting what they want, making the players as comfortable as possible so they have no excuse when they go there to play. So it's good to see him back in the fray.
And your officials are looking to go out there and get this game started. As Emrit is saying, there is something there, but it also seems to be a good batting track. And there goes Otley and Webster opening the batting for Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, news, as you heard, down at pitch side was that Evan Lewis has a slight niggle and he is missing out. CCC, looking at the CCC team, you think what's the approach Trinidad and Tobago should take? You would have been in this situation many times, coming up against the students. Is it something to be taken lightly?
I don't think they're going to take them very lightly. They have upset Trinidad and Tobago in the past. They're a team, as long as they get good momentum, they carry it through. It's a young team. They have some experience. Dorridge is there, Shamar Holder is there, Akshay, he's there as well. So I think, they're a good team. They have some very good youngsters in the team. I see Satrohan Rambaran, who has been very prolific in Trinidad and Tobago club cricket. He's there as well. So they're a good unit. So it's exciting to see them how they're going to perform as a team, playing for the first time.
And this is my thought, when you have teams like the CCC, it allows for the additional players to get the chance, the exposure. A guy like Satrohan would not have made the Red Force team this time around, but still, he gets an opportunity to go out there, and who knows what he can do that can catch the eyes of the selectors.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him play in this tournament. He's someone that I've been looking at throughout our club season. He's been scoring a lot of runs. He was invited to the national trials. He did okay. He's one of the youngsters to look out for in the setup. So I'm happy that he's getting an opportunity with the CCC team. I'm excited to see him against the Trinidad Tobago outfit.
Well, Otley will also want to use the opportunity with Evan Lewis missing out. You'll want to use the opportunity to stamp his authority and to put together a good score. Of course, I was saying early on in an interview on 360 that this is where we restart. There's a 50-over World Cup that is currently being played in India, and of course the West Indies team not represented. This is where we're going to restart that process, where players from this 50-over tournament will be, I guess, the core. The stars then will be coming from this tournament, looking forward to make the next World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. It was very embarrassing, the West Indies team not being in the World Cup, not qualifying for the World Cup. A lot of fans in the Caribbean are very, very disheartened. So hopefully, they can get it right this time around. The preparation, I heard that the West Indies coach is going to be around, looking on and adjusting the players some point in time during the tournament. So hopefully he can bring back that excitement to the cricket in the Caribbean, and we can get things right for the next World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. We all look forward to that. As you said before, it's not a situation you want to be in, and especially if you're in and around cricket, you get messages from all around the world. Well, we're about to start. Here is Holder, would have made his debut in New Zealand as Riyad Emirates did, and this is outside the off stump, through to Dorwich, and they're just having a sighter there, Otley.
Shama, it's good to see Shama back. He had a lengthy injury, shoulder injury. It's good to see him back playing. I know he probably going to take this tournament to get back his stride and adjust the selectors again. Very, very good fast bowler, young fast bowler.
So he has been entrusted with the new ball. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Just angling across the left-hander. Tentative push there by Otley.
Yeah, we'll see, the moisture in the wicket. Chama started very, very good. Bowling a fuller length, which is expected when there's moisture in the wicket. You want to bowl as full as possible, giving the ball time to swing.
So I think he has won the approval of Riyad Emirates, who operates in that manner. Unless you get him upset, then he can take it up a notch. Well, there seems to be some delay here. The umpires are calling. Is it something with the ball? It seems to be something with the ball, and I don't think Holder is happy with the ball. We've had some issues with the balls, but definitely not at the regional level, but at the domestic level in Trinidad and Tobago over the past season, a lot of problems with the balls. And we await the third umpire. The ball has not been struck out of shape. I think the ball hasn't touched bat. So probably it's just a manufacturer's default.
I think it's something to do with the side screen, apparently. If not the side screen, don't know what but it's definitely not the ball.
So we wait the umpire. So just a slight delay. I don't think Otley will be happy with that, because just the previous delivery pushed tentatively at one, and a delay at this point in time would not help him. But looking at the Trinidad Tobago setup, Riyad, you would have been being one of the national coaches, you would have been during the trials as well. At least the time that you are in Trinidad and Tobago. And what do you think about this team? And Lakan was saying in an interview prior to this that it's a good mix of youth and experience. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a very, very interesting team. It's a, as Anil said, it's a good team mixed with experience and youth. You know, a couple guys would definitely be angry that they got left out of the team. I know Anderson, Phillip, Imran Khan. I was hoping that, you know, one of the youngsters, the younger batters, would have got an opportunity in this squad. But, you know, there's always going to be disappointments. Young Cephas Cooper, he's one, you know, who has done extremely well in the local scene. I thought probably would have got a look in, but it's a very good team. But the likes of Narayan coming back, making himself available to play. You know, he's probably one of the guys who pushed out one of the other guys there. So I think it's a very, very good team, a very strong team, a lot of experience in the team, and I don't think they'll be happy if they don't reach the finals and, you know, even winning.
Yeah, you know, you're quite right. It seems to be the Republic Bank side screen advertising on the side screen. It just didn't flip across. I can tell you something. If they have to flip that manually for the entire day after every over, it's not going to be an easy job. Something seems to...
I don't think Republic is one of the sponsors, so they don't need to have it.
That's another thing.
Trained.
Yes. Imagine having to repaint that right now. But back to that discussion, and I know I may get some licks for this, but I'm a firm believer that you don't just throw away your experienced players. Why are you then playing cricket? Are you playing cricket to lose? I think if a player is performing, age should not be a factor. We have seen that across the world. We have seen it in other countries. We see that with Jimmy Anderson. So you will drop Jimmy Anderson to play a youngster who mightn't take a wicket. What's the sense in that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, something in the Caribbean, you know, they always think about as soon as you reach 34, 35 year old, you know, and, you know, I don't believe in that. I personally don't believe in that. As long as the person, any player who is fit and giving you the performances, as long as, you know, he's available to play, why not play him?
Yeah, and this is why I think as well, you know, once you can and could keep yourself fit, then age is not a factor. And you are a prime example, fitter than some of the younger players. Somehow you do it. Then why should age ever become a factor if a man is fit and still performing? I think we are just too quick in the Caribbean to get rid of our players. You know, I was coming up this morning and there was a discussion with Liam, and I was telling him I still thought that Chanda Paul had about 2 years to go.
And I'm sure he thought that he had about 5 years to go because he was enjoying his cricket so much.
Of course. So we're back after the Republic Bank disappears outside the off stump. That should be signal wide, and it is. So it seems to have thrown a bit off his mark. Otley will appreciate that. He gets another sighter. So at the moment, the score is 1 without loss. The off and running. The ball also seems to be doing something this morning. So we just want to line it up properly. Graves would soon, I'm sure, have a word with him. He has some experience. Well, that's much better. You can see Otley squaring up a bit.
I think Shamar is bowling a very, very good line and length here. He's making trying to make the batsman play as much as possible. He's on the fuller side, which, as I said, is expected. Trying to get the ball to go away from Otley, who is very tentative outside the off stump most of the times.
Well, when he made his debut in New Zealand, I thought he did a pretty good job. He made his debut in the Test series there. Oh, beaten again. Probably Otley will tell you he just pulled the bat inside of the line. But the score remains 1 without loss. Not a bad over at all here from Mulder. Was that the tour that you played in the limited over series when he played it? He made his debut in the Test series.
No, I played before him. He played a couple years after, or a year after.
No better place to make your debut as a fast bowler in New Zealand, eh? Especially someone like yourself who swings the ball prodigiously.
Not in the T20s where the grounds are very, very small.
It's
though.
too small in New Zealand. And that's a full toss. Normally, Utley will have that screaming through the covers, but it's early doors, so he just gets a single. Probably feels good to at least have bat on to ball.
I think it's very important for these two openers to stamp their authority, because when Evan Lewis is fit again, obviously one of them will have to make way for him. So it's very important that they stamp their authority, make as much use as possible to give the selectors another headache when Evan is fit.
Yeah, when one looks on at the career of Evan Lewis, it seems to be very unfortunate in terms of injuries. Seems, he can be classified as injury prone. Holder. Oh, that's a good delivery. Coming back into Webster. End of a good over there by a young Holder to start with. And at the end of it, TNT should be, 2 without loss now.
You're right. Evan has had his fair share of injuries throughout his career. He's someone who is very integral to this Trinidad Tobago setup, and they'll definitely need him as the tournament progresses. He's a very destructive batter, and they'll be hoping that he can get back on the park as soon as possible.
So it's going to be Thorne, the man from Guyana. I believe he's from Berbice. I was having a discussion with Roland Butcher, West Indies selector, about this young man. Actually, before Butcher took up the role with the West Indies Cricket Board, he was invited by the Berbician Cricket Board to do some work down there, and he spotted this youngster and brought him forward. Now, I observed him in the regional under-19, and there's definitely something to work with. Control may be another factor. I'm sure Riyad Emirates will assess him quickly. Yes, Thorne. It starts with a wide.
I haven't seen much of Thorne. I've seen a couple overs in the under-19 when he played against Trinidad and Tobago. He looks like he has some pace.
Mm-hmm.
He's raw. He's someone that, as you can see, is very raw. So he's definitely one for the future.
So Butcher would have seen something in him. He just eases this one away. Across an oval outfield that is probably not in the best of shape because of soccer. Actually, if you look around here, Riyadh, you will see 3 football pitches.
Seems like they've been playing a lot of football here. I heard that they had a festival a week ago, or probably 2 weeks ago. They had a football festival. So you can see how it does damage your field a bit, but it's a Queen's Park Oval, so it should be fine in a couple weeks.
Yeah, Sheikh Armano does a fine job here at the Oval after that fiasco with the Indian team tour here a couple of years ago, where you had half an hour of rain on the opening day and washed out an entire 5 days. They brought in Sheikh Armano, who I have a lot of regard for as a curator, and he has done a fine job.
Sheikha seems to do miracles wherever he goes. Anything he touches turns into goal, so he's the perfect man for a disaster.
Yep. He did the pitches at UTT, that is highly touted in the East, also at UE Spec. So Thorne is getting the ball to move away from the right-handed Webster. And Webster understands that in 50 over cricket, that's a lot of balls. There's no need to push out too early. Of course, there is a bonus point if you can reach, a batting bonus point if you can reach 60 after 10. And there's a bowling bonus point if you can get 3 wickets within that period. So whereas you will try to get your batting bonus point, you want to deny the opposition their bowling bonus point. Again, nice big outswinger. Probably needs to come a little bit closer to the batsman area.
I think he's just trying to get his line right here. First couple balls into the pitch, look like looking to hit back a length, but he realized that the ball is swinging a bit, so just need to bowl a little more on middle stump. You know, Tian is someone who goes to the ball very hard early up. You can get him to play on middle stump.
That's better. It was closer. Bit of indecision. So you're hearing the voice of, I say former West Indies player Riyad Emrit, who was just added to his resume commentary. He's made a fine start. He's pitching the ball right up and getting it to swing. Here's Dawn from that southern end. Well, Webster probably heard Emrit and decided, well, I'm going to show him that I'll allow the ball to come on to me. Gets a single. It's the end of another good over. So 2 good overs we've had so far is 5 without loss.
Yeah, Tian is someone, you know, who can be very destructive in the power play. He loves batting in the power play. This is his type of cricket. You know, speaking to him during the stint that I had with the national team there, you know, he wants to bat early, but he also think that, you know, down in the lower order is where he probably would have fit in better in the team, you know. With Evan missing out today, I think he's the perfect man to fit this slot here. But he's someone who is, if you want to say, an underachiever at this level. He needs to put his hands up. He's very talented. He can dominate if he gets going. He can be very destructive. He's someone that, you know, needs to stamp his mark in first-class cricket.
So that's a wide. Of course, a couple seasons ago, he burst onto the scene with very prolific scoring for Queen's Park on the domestic circuit. He was seen as a very aggressive top-order batsman. Remember in the Sunday League, which is the 50-over tournament here in Trinidad, the domestic league, he got, I think, 150 in the finals. And, you know, he started to attract attention. Hasn't really gone on at the national level, as Emirates is suggesting. That's a good delivery, probably swinging too much.
That's the line, and that's the length that you need to bowl. You know, he's getting the ball to come back into the right-hander. He's just probably doing too much, missing leg stump. Yes, Tian is, you know, very talented, as I keep saying. First-class cricket, he bats down the order. You know, he's someone who comes in and bats at 6 and 7. Perfect for when the bowler's a bit tired in the afternoon time.
Here's Holder.
He got some really good starts this season. 40. Just didn't carry on and get those big scores. You know, you keep telling him that he needs to get hundreds. That's the only way he's going to stamp his authority. I think he's working on his fitness. He needs to be a lot fitter. His bowling has come on leaps and bounds this year as well. You know, taking his first 5-wicket haul.
It's a good delivery. Yorker length. So he's been a bit watchful here this morning, Webster. 9 deliveries for his 1, but that's okay. The ball is doing a bit. There is some cloud cover now. We haven't seen rain in Trinidad for some time, at least in the south. So Thorn just refreshing himself after that opening over. Here's Holder. And he goes. Soft dismissal. Just pushing out and driving straight to point. That's the end of that.
I was just about to say, if anyone will know this pitch better than anybody else here, would be Tian Webster. Half volley just outside off stump, hitting it straight to backward point. And not moving his foot. It was there to be hit, hitting it straight to backward point. Trinidad loses their first wicket, 6 for 1. Very, very soft dismissal.
So Trinidad Tobago losing their first wicket. And here comes Joshua De Silva. When you look at the Trinidad Tobago team, actually it is an indication that Joshua may have to play every game. I think there's one wicketkeeper in the setup.
There's one wicketkeeper in the setup, yes. So Joshua is the main guy around now. Ami Django as well missed out. He's the other keeper in the setup who's on contract with the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team. So I guess because they're playing at home, if anything happens to Joshua, they can always have a keeper come in at the late point.
So Trinidad Tobago losing their first wicket, a soft dismissal, over pitch delivery. Webster's eyes would have lit up. He's probably looking to drive through the offside and was able to just pick out point. Well, some news coming to hand. I'll get Emirates' opinion on this. With the Olympics going to LA in 28, of course they have accepted cricket, which is the first time since 1900. It's 123 years. Don't think Riyadh was around then. But
definitely not.
What they are saying here, Riyadh, is that they will take the top 6 teams by 2025 in the world, which means West Indies, who are currently 7th in the ranking, will have to get into that top 6 by 2025.
So West Indies have 2 years to get their act together.
Yep. I don't think they'll want to miss out. Excellent over there by Holder. And at the end of 3, it's 6 for 1. It's fair to say that the students have held their own this morning.
Yeah, they've been very, very patient. I think they understand the lengths that they need to bowl on this wicket. They're bowling a fullish length, trying to get the ball to swing as much as possible. Sharma has bowled 2 excellent overs. Torn has bowled a decent first over. So I think they understand the lengths. And Dorish at the back there, as the leader, he'll definitely be guiding them exactly where they need to bowl and what lengths and what line they need to bowl. So interesting start here so far.
Well, you look at Chima Holder, and regardless of the delivery that got, probably his worst delivery got the wicket this morning. I think any wicket now will do him the world of good coming back into cricket.
Yeah, after a lengthy time away from cricket, you want to start well, and it's good. See, he start very well, picking up a wicket that will boost his confidence for the entire game and throughout this tournament.
And just now speaking about De Silva having to wicketkeep in all the games of Trinidad and Tobago, your thoughts on Dorich getting the opportunity to work with the students?
Yeah, it's always good to see guys who have played at the international level coming back down and working with the younger ones. It's good to see him back in the fray. Missed out with the Barbados selection and getting another opportunity. He's one of the guys who've been around for a while, played a lot of international cricket, and his experience at that level will only do well for the guys at the CCC team.
Driving beautifully through the offside. That's pleasant. It's running away. Of course, the outfield is fast, and they're going to go back for 3. This is good running there by Otley, and that'll give him the world of confidence.
Good looking shot through the covers here by Kejon Otley. Very good through the offside. I think he has worked on his game very, very, very much. He's been working very hard.
Well, I think I stand corrected there, Riyadh. My friend Richard Berridge has just sent me a message to tell me that the West Indies cannot play in the Olympics as West Indies. And this time, the silver gets alive. Good delivery by the young man. He surprised him.
It's a very good attempt by Satrahan there. Getting one hand to it. Dive into his right.
Well, had he taken it, it would have been a beauty.
I think Turner's getting into his stride here now. He's working up some pace here.
And the silver lives to fight another day. So what Richard was telling me is that the West Indies can't participate as the West Indies. Although what has happened here is there's a proposal by the ICC to the Olympic Committee to take the top 6 teams in the T20 internationals by 2025. They will make a decision on actually who is going to, what format they will use, whether it will be West Indies or might be Trinidad Tobago.
Individual teams.
Yeah, I think it's better to go in as an individual.
Individual teams, yeah. They'll be good for the islands to play as their own team.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it, this is going to be 4. Body line there by Young Thorn, and that's a welcome boundary. The thing about it, in that situation, as you can see Thorn here, it's getting the ball to induct into him. Again, the line was all wrong on that occasion, 11 for 1. The thing about it is, Jamaica competes fiercely. We know in track and field they win gold. Trinidad and Tobago has 1 goal in track and field. Of course, in javelin. So there's that rivalry, you know. Your country wants to go there and win gold. You know, as a matter of fact, if you go as West Indies, then the
hype isn't really there.
Yeah, not as much. Silva, not really timing this one as he would like. What do you think might be going through the mind of De Silva at this point in time?
Well, he's in a lot earlier than expected, so I think he'll be thinking that he needs to get the team very testing. He seems to get LBW bowled down a lot. You know, just pushing that front pad down the wicket. So if Sharma can get that ball swinging back into him, I think it's going to be a very keen contest here.
I like the look of Sharma, but you can see, you know, and you called it right early on when you said he just seems to just be easing himself. He's not over trying. He's not trying to play any hero here. He's not just running in hard. He's just trying to ease himself into his work. It's a long season ahead. After the Super 50, you have regional tournament, a regional first class tournament starting end of January, I think it is. I'm sure Richie Berridge will send me a note on that and let me know exactly when. So it's a no ball, and the free hit will be coming up.
For this season, supposed to start first week in February, I think.
Thank you, Riyadh. Well, once Riyadh Emirates is not, as you can see, Kirsten Kalicharan not making the final grade today. You know, once Riyadh Emirates is not involved with the national team and not playing all this cricket all over the world that he's still playing, he's definitely going to be part of our setup here. Pulled away! 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Full toss, and De Silva was quick to pounce on it.
That hopefully will get De Silva going. Free hit. Full. And he clips it through mid-wicket.
If you're getting a free hit, that is what you want. Again, because he's been a bit iffy this morning, he did not dispatch that over the boundary.
Yeah, he would have loved to hit that over the boundary, but low full toss, those low full tosses are sometimes very difficult to put away. But the power play gets it over the infield, 4 runs.
Short, pulled away imperiously for 4. So, hold a rattle a bit in this over. And De Silva is off and running.
That's not the line you look to bowl when there's no deep backward square. I think he's the length that he was bowling before is the length that he needs to bowl to the silver. The silver was very quick on that short ball, pouncing on it, hitting it over square leg for 4.
So 23 for 1, Trinidad Tobago after the early setback of losing Webster. So looking to fight back here at the moment. Chima Holder getting the lone wicket to fall. This time he drives and loses the bottom hand again. The silver living dangerously here. Fielder Point is saying that he didn't see it. Let's have a look at that again and see what really happened there. Silver is on 11, Otley 5. Otley has been a mere spectator at the other end. Full delivery. End of the over. At the end of it, Trinidad Tobago moves on to 25 for 1 with a bit of luck this morning too.
Yeah, it's somehow I think when he pitches the ball up is where he's most dangerous. Bowls the ball back into the pitch. It's very easy for the silver. Could have gotten his second wicket there. Fielder at Point explaining that he didn't pick it up properly, so Silver will be happy with that chance.
I think he has to make use of that now. Keon Otley has been around for quite a while. It's an opportunity here. He did some work at the West Indies Cricket West Indies Academy. Here's Torn, strong man. I think the left-right combination has really affected Torn.
It's always, for any bowler to be bowling at the left-hander and then bowling at the right-hander in consecutive bowls is always a bit of an issue. It's funny you say, Corn has done some work in the West Indies Academy. Since he had gone and come back, he's been a totally different player. He was very attacking before he had gone in there. Came back, he was in a shell for a while.
Silver
It's a lovely
drive.
shot.
Yep. Bit of a check shot, but it goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Otley has been, before he had gone into the academy, he was very attacking, played a lot of shots, come back, was kind of into a shell. Now he's exploding again. He's trying to be himself again. Had a decent season with Central Sports this year.
I know you're also in that Central Sports setup. Let me say good morning to President Richard Ramke soon. This time he struck on the pad, loud appeal by the youthful, that's youthful exuberance there from Thorn.
Thorn is looking to get his first wicket at this level. I think he's been missing leg stump.
It's going across.
It's good to have Sharma at mid-on, talking to a young Thorn. It looks like he's working up some pace here. I think he just need to keep the line right.
This time he's back again, punching. He's going to come back for 2. So the Silver has the scoreboard ticking along here.
He will pounce on anything that is with width, the Silver. He loves width. Anything that is back a length, he thrives on those deliveries. As I keep saying, the balls that is a bit fuller coming back into him is where he gets his problem. So if you keep bowling him with width, you're definitely going to pounce on that. Someone who thrives on width.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Touchdown just moving away from the right-handed De Silva.
That's the line. That's the line that he needs to bowl. As you can see, when every time he pitches up the ball, he gets a bit of away movement to the right-handers.
The young man has been impressive this morning. None for 14. That really doesn't tell the story. He's young. As Emirates said earlier on, he's raw. So he's going to present the opportunity where you can score, but then he can also get you out down the leg side. Is there value in bowling from certain ends here as a fast bowler, Riyadh?
Yeah, you know, he outswing the ball, so you'd want to bowl at the what we call the bottom end of the Queen's Park Oval, you know, with that slight breeze blowing across. Some guys prefer certain ends.
Sam is worked away beautifully undriven. And it's going to run very close to the boundary. It should get over the ropes now. And that's another boundary there to De Silva. As he's starting to look better and better as the innings progresses. He's had his slice of luck early on. Your preferred end at the Oval?
My preferred end at the Oval would be the top end because of my in-swing. You know, I get a lot of wickets from the top end. With the older ball, however, I prefer the bottom end, the players' pavilion end. You know, getting the ball to go away with the older ball. But when I played, you know, it was really whichever end the swing bowler, the other swing bowler bowling from, I'll have to bowl on the other end. So it really didn't matter to me whichever end I bowled from. When I was captain, I bowled on whichever end I wanted to bowl from.
Well, I remember early in your career when, you know, I was at Newsday, I started to follow your career. I had a discussion with, I think one of those seasons you really got a bag full of wickets. I had a discussion with Kumar Rampat, as you spoke of that in-swinger. And Kumar Rampat said that you were an outswing bowler primarily, and in one day you learned to bowl in-swing.
So my stock ball was in swing, but I used to get the ball to go away a lot. And then I went to England and I started bowling a lot of outswingers and couldn't get the ball to in swing. And you know, I came back home and I worked with him for 5 minutes. And
yeah, he said
I started back bowling my in swing. You know, top coach Kumar Rampat, top coach.
Yes. Clipped away. That's a lovely shot. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. He just allowed it to come on to him and was able to get it into the gap. TNT's starting to look good now.
Yeah, the CCC bowlers are being a bit wayward here after the loss of the first wicket. I think the lines have been all over the place.
You think that probably a little message in a bottle went out there, Riyadh, telling these guys, well, you seem to have worked out that difficult opening period. There's a possibility that we can get to 60 after 10 and get that batting bonus point.
Yeah, I don't think a message was sent though. I think, you know, just by having the right-hander, left-hander combination, you know, it's very difficult. I think they got a couple of singles in between and bowling to that right-hander, left-hander. They definitely be looking to get that bonus point now without trying to take any risk or even giving CCC an opportunity to get the bonus point. But I think it's in touch and distance now to get that bonus point.
So that last delivery was a much better one. Speaking of Kumar Rampat, saw him only last week, I believe, in Atlanta. You were there as well. It's just whipped away beautifully into the boundary for 4 at long on. And I tell you something, it was pitched up and all he had to do was play through the line.
This is the athlete that we've been used to. Free flowing batter. This is the guy that we know who can play shots. He has shots all around the wicket. You know, he's getting to the stride. He can be the Evan Lewis of the team today.
Yep. Imagine Otley and Evan Lewis at the top.
Destructive pair, very destructive pair. Yes, we saw him in Atlanta. It was good to see him traveling with his son. Son said that he's taking him around for some vacation.
I think it might be the other way around. Pushed away, and there is no run. I say good morning to Vasudev. But it was good to see him there, and he was inquiring about that facility that you guys played in at the Atlanta Open, the 6 fields that has been constructed there by Jayesh Patel. And I think what the Rampart wants to do is to take teams from Trinidad, young teams, to play across there.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of fact finding. Here's Holder. And the man called Corn plays it to mid on. Where did that name Corn come from?
I think people couldn't pronounce his first name, so they just said Corn.
I think Omar Khan, as his manager, struggled with that. I'll give you a story about that. End of the over 45 for 1. Omar Khan, our dear brother Omar, was Trinidad and Tobago's manager. When he was no longer Trinidad and Tobago's manager, we brought Omar on to do commentary. And Omar was calling the man Key John. So we all had a good laugh at that. So it's simple then, call the man Corn.
Yeah, a lot of people has problems pronouncing his first name, so it's easier to say Corn.
Yes, and I think he himself, if you call him anything else, he might not even understand. It's 45 for 1. If Trinidad and Tobago gets to 15 in the next 3 overs, they'll get that batting bonus point. There's a change of bowling down at the southern end, and they seem to be spin. They're going to introduce spin now. And there's Kyle Ramdu. Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 batsman. I think he's supposed to be training as a cameraman today, but he preferred to be a groundsman. He will be training a little later on today. Short, pulled away. This is going to go into the boundary for 4. And that takes Trinidad and Tobago closer to that 60-run mark.
Very quick to latch onto that back-length delivery, Joshua De Silva. This is where he strives on, those back-length deliveries, hitting that with immense power over mid-wicket, wide along on for 4. Just missing out again. Same shot, same delivery, but just hitting it straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. Haven't seen much of Romario Greaves. Don't know if you know much about him. You know?
No, I really don't, but see what will happen. Greaves getting, as so many of these youngsters, getting an opportunity here.
His action looks similar to, he looks like a right-handed carry pair, the way he loads up before he delivers.
Thought the action looked familiar.
Similar to a right-handed carry pair.
Trinidad and Tobago reaching 50. So I think they'll be happy with this.
Very
losing
good
just
start.
1 wicket.
Very good start thus far by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Definitely going down the leg side, utterly pushing out. So there was a bit of cloud cover early on whilst the fast bowlers were operating, which would have been good for them. They did move the ball around, but now that has been replaced by brilliant sunshine here at the Oval. We've seen 7 fours this morning, and this partnership of 44 has come off just 32 deliveries.
Yeah, there's not much singles around, but they're putting away the bad balls, the loose balls, they're putting it away, making sure that they count. Apart from the first 3-4 overs, they haven't really used the moisture in the wicket. A lot of short balls, a lot of full tosses. I think they really haven't used the conditions well, apart from the first 3 to 4 overs.
And there you can have a look at some of the stands here at the Queen's Park Oval. And the scoreboard says 50 for 1, the NGC scoreboard. And to the right of this ground, it's open. I don't think they're going to build any stands there anymore. There was a stand there called the Dos Santos stand back in the day. At least the sign is still there, but there's no stand.
Yeah, Dos Santos and Stolmeyer stands was the stands to be in
Yes.
before they broke down the Caribbean stand, which was uncovered.
Played away on the own side. So TNT looking to come back here. Holders has been good in parts. He's now coming back into his game as Emirates Hosseini Leon. 22 runs in his 4 overs. Well, that's wayward. You could see all the way for looking to go for that quicker delivery.
He seems to struggle every time he looks for that extra piece. I think he's trying to push the ball to the right hander, push it into him, rather than just let it go with the angle. Doesn't look as fluent as he did in the first 2 overs. Struggled last over a bit with that no ball. After that no ball, that's the length. That's the length that he needs to be bowling a little fuller. It's not swinging as much as before, so he's probably trying to compensate for no swing and bowl back into the pitch. But I still think he's bowling a little too short.
So we're looking to go through the offside. Too much bottom hand in the shot. 27 of 19. I want to say he has been fluent, but then because of the early chances, it's much better punching it through the covers. This should run away into the boundary for 4, and it does.
Good looking shot by Joshua De Silva there through the covers. Seems to be on song this morning, Joshua. Let's put away every bad ball that comes his way. I think that's why Shamai is trying to bowl a little more back a length, but I think the length was good, but the line, just too much a width.
Silva is coming across his stumps, plays it away down to mid-on. And I think after this over, it's fair to say, I think after this over, Ola may get a rest.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely get a rest after this over. 5 overs on the trot. He's lucky it's not too hot today, but the morning session isn't really as hot as it was for the past few weeks in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, there's your flight, Riyadh.
Flight back home.
Pushing away the cover, there is no run. Well, someone is sending salams to Riyadh. And good morning to me. Why not send salams to me as well?
Ya salam.
As Azad Mohammed out there in Houston. So, people looking at this cricket all over. Of course, it's live on television in India. Pushed away again by De Silva. That was a better length more than anything else. He kept De Silva quiet. End of it, end of 9. It's 56 for 1. So it's a situation where they need 4 runs in that 10th over.
4 runs and 6 balls. I hope. See, there's a message coming out now. Hopefully they'll send a message.
Yep.
But knowing Joshua, I think he'll know that what he needs to do now.
Well, knowing Mark Dial, who has come out there, let's hope he didn't forget the message.
Hopefully not.
56 for 1. After 9. Remember some years ago, Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 team, as you can see a shot of Emirates House in the hills there.
So that's the house that you just bought.
Is that the second home Emirates, or is that the first? Wonderful view there. Where did our cameraman pick that one out of? 56 for 1. 4 needed in this over. Remember a couple of seasons ago, Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 were playing the Leeward Islands. They needed 4 runs to win the final over. And the last wicket pair was in, and one of the bowlers, one of the spinners, he shouldered and arms 4 deliveries. Pushed away. That's 1. I think the 5th delivery did get a single. I think the guy who faced the last ball is in here with us. He ended up crying.
Is that Liam?
Yes. This time he's over his back. Again, trying to get it away.
That's a lovely shot by Joshua De Silva. Not going to get through the boundary, but eases off for 2. Trinidad and Tobago need 1 run to get that bonus point. Joshua has looked very comfortable at the crease this morning. He's got a chance early on, but he's looking to make them pay here now. Cutting straight to the fielder at backward point there. Think he'll miss out there. A lot of weight on that delivery. Right or left to the fielder, and definitely be 4 runs.
Stymie's back, and that's the bonus point that Emirates has been speaking about. So TNT getting that batting bonus point. It could mean a lot towards the back end of the tournament in terms of qualifying for the knockout phase. I mean, when you speak of a point and half a point, Riyad Emirates gets nightmares about that. As a national under 17 coach, he could have had 2 titles.
Yeah, these bonus points always come back to haunt you. You know, and the 17 boys, they just missed out on a couple of titles at these bonus points. So we know how important these points are at the end of the tournament.
Yep. At the beginning, it may just seem as academic, but in the end, it could mean so much. So Silva's done his work, and after 10, it's 60 without loss. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
We are back live here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's the opening encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. I'd like to say good morning to all the viewers.
So a change in the commentary and a change in the bowling attack. This is worked away, and that's one. Torn comes off the boundary. Kareem Allen, a big man. Anil, a strong man.
Yeah, very wiry indeed.
Wiry, you say? I think he's... Riyad Emirates is wiry. This guy is bulky. So Allen will be looking to get that breakthrough. How would Joshua De Silva this morning?
He just seems to struggle a bit earlier on, but with a bit of luck, he has been able to cash in and whatever bowling has been offline.
Well, talking about bowling offline, that one was offline. 63 for 1 at the moment. De Silva is on 36, and Keon Otley is on 16. Graves has had his 2 overs to 12. Allen in his first over. We've had 11 extras already. And this partnership of 58 has brought the game back in Trinidad and Tobago's control.
Yeah, a lot of repair work between Keon Otley and Joshua De Silva, taking the bulk of the lifting at this stage. But what we have seen thus far in the early exchanges on this pitch is very little margin for error.
Yeah, it's a good batting track. You alluded to that this morning, and you're seeing that now. TNT going at a good clip, a good run rate of 6.22. Disappointed that there's basically about 10 people at the ground. I can't say it's a crowd, it's a gathering.
But what's even more interesting
Quick single.
is the fact that there is absolutely no entrance fee into the Oval and at UE Spec. So patrons are not being asked to pay to come and look at first class cricket.
But you know the mentality in Trinidad and Tobago. If you have to pay, then you attend. And you try to get in free then. So you have to set a price, and then you will try to get in free. You know that, Anil.
Yes, I do.
Yes, Kareem Allen. Down the leg side.
It just seems to be overstriding a bit, Vinod, is this youngster, Romario Greaves. No, Kareem Allen. Bowling from around the wicket, just trying to angle that ball into the pads of Keon Otley. Possibly just trying to take the levers away, but not getting the line right.
One pushed away a bit, obviously pushing out too early there. That's Otley. Otley 17 of 24. De Silva 36 of 29.
Yeah, that one just seems to possibly, just getting a bit of lift off a very good length indeed. Otley just pushing out, but luckily for him, he applied the soft hand rule and the ball just died.
Driving again, obviously, and he's gone. Otley not learning from the previous misjudgment, and it has now led to his wicket.
Yeah, Otley just guilty of possibly playing a bit too early there. Too much bottom hand, and it goes out to a cover point.
Well, Emirates did say early on that Otley likes to go at the ball hard, and it proved to be his downfall on that occasion. He has to go 17 of 25. Trinidad and Tobago losing their second wicket. They're now 66 for the loss of 2.
So actually, Prasad taking a relatively easy catch there at cover point. But for TNT, when this partnership just seems to be really blossoming at Rita Knots, the dangerous cannot be at least for 17. But it's going to be the
Is that
skipper.
Michael? So it's changed up. I know you're around the setup. If you can't answer, I'll have to go back to Riyad Emirates when he comes back on. What's a change? I know normally you'll see Bravo on the shirt. I know in recent times I've noticed the name Michael. I know it's Darren Michael Bravo, but he prefers to put Michael now. What's the reasoning behind that?
I have absolutely no idea, Vinod. Possibly it's something that I need to, you know, get some more info on when it comes to the name Michael being on the shirt.
I'm thinking I might ask you to inquire from Kelvin Williams, but when Kelvin Williams responds, sometimes you don't know what he's saying.
Like to say a pleasant good morning to both Calvin Williams, David Williams, and of course, head coach David Furlong, and the entire Trinidad and Tobago and the CCC coaching and management staff.
I know you guys have been working with the national team, national setup. I see your good friend Jeremiah just taking a walk into the Carib stand just to help populate the stand. Remodeling. It's been a long over. We've had everything in it, even a wicket and 3 wides now.
Yeah, Clinton Jeremiah, I'm sure he would definitely be a bit disturbed by the dismissal of Kean Otley having, you know, on more than one occasion echoed the sentiments. Once you've got in, you've got to try and stay and make the opposition pay for as long as possible.
Yeah, he did all the hard work, so to speak.
Kean Otley from last year's tournament would have averaged 49, Vinod. And, you know, for Trinidad and Tobago and also for himself, I'm sure he will want to emulate that average or even better it during the course of this tournament. But sad to see him go, you know, having gotten to 17, doing all the hard work, but not really being able to cash in and continue, you know, a very long vigil indeed.
Well, the manual scoreboard is always on point, and of course, those guys doing some very hard work. That's Tattle Building. That's a stone's throw away from here. A little later on, we got a shot of some of the beautiful homes nestled in the hills here, the northern range.
So just coming back to the pitch, Vinod, if we may, before the start of the over, the assessment would have been that this pitch, basically, you know, when it flattens out, once you bat properly, you should be able to get anywhere in the vicinity of a 300, maybe 310 as the case may be. And we are seeing evidence where the batters now are able to hit through the line of the delivery.
Yeah, the pitch has dried out a bit. Remember this morning it was a 9 a.m. start, so there was still moisture in the track. The sun had not taken full effect just yet to dry it off, but as the sun bakes the pitch throughout the day, it's going to get easier and easier for batting. I think by this evening it's going to be a road, so to speak.
Indeed, as the sun continues to beat down.
Silva back deep in his crease.
But I'm just asking myself the question, Vinod. With the 9 a.m. start in the morning, the teams win, whichever team wins the toss, is it going to be a template, you know, for teams bowling first that win the toss?
Yeah, definitely they're going to take that advantage. They're going to bowl first once they win the toss. And they're quite right if they do that, because at the end of the day, whatever advantage you get in cricket, you want to take it.
Indeed, and with the 9 a.m. start, that would have been like half an hour before a normal 50 over game normally gets started. So I'm sure whatever is in the pitch, whether it's seam or swing, you know, the team winning the toss, they will want to try and make the best use of the conditions. And just coming back to Riyadh, I just felt that Chimahula was a bit too short.
Bravo. Has to be careful here. He has to spend some time out there with De Silva. Half-century partnership between De Silva and Otley before he left.
So Bravo just looking a bit tentative at this stage.
I think he understands the role. He's been a good captain for the TNT Red Force as well. So he's back, punching.
And one of the great assets that Bravo has is the fact that he understands his game.
Well, you have to understand that his team, whilst they have scored very healthily, they've lost 2 wickets. And you know, there's a saying, you add 2 wickets to your current situation and you understand the position you could be in. So I think these two needs to just spend some time and bat and bat and bat.
And it's ironic that you say that, Vinod, because of the fact that in recent years, most teams around the region and even our senior West Indies team has not been able to bat their full allocation of overs. And I'm sure that has been a concern, you know, all around.
Yeah, you want to see guys take advantage of what's presented to them. You have overs to bat the overs out.
And the history will also show, Vinod, that at over number 40, most teams would have lost 7 wickets. Yeah, whether batting first or chasing.
It's a good delivery. Much better by Allen. Silva has this habit of walking across his stumps. So be careful. I know another player who had some issues with that, walking across and playing around the front pad, got himself in trouble via the leg before it on many occasions, was Dinesh Ramdin.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed is one that comes to mind as well. That ball that tails in into the pads.
This time this advancing, going across his stumps as well. So struck outside the line of the off stump.
Well, I think this is intentional from Joshua De Silva. I've seen him on numerous occasions, and just recently, as early as yesterday, taking that step and trying to just put the bowlers off in terms of their length. So it's something that he's definitely added to his game.
Justice Silva in between the little let off this morning. He's batted well. You want a big one here, the West Indies wicketkeeper.
Well, I'm sure he would want to get to 3 figures here today, Vinod. He's now gotten to 37 and he's done all the hard work. It's important for him to carry on.
What a fine young player. Very respectable young man as well.
Yeah, very humble indeed, very down to earth is Joshua De Silva, you know. He's always got a minute, you know, to share some valuable experience that he have had, you know, during his, whenever he tours and stuff like that. And I tell you, you know, when you speak to someone like Joshua and many of the other guys as well, you know, they do look out for each other. This Trinidad and Tobago team is a very close family indeed.
Down the crown, and he's had enough. That's 4 runs. It was a safe shot because mid-off was up in the circle, and that's into the boundary for 4.
It just seems for a moment that he was possibly being bogged down, but taking the aerial route and clearing mid-off, very good indeed, and 4 valuable runs to the TNT total.
Tell you something. Once the Silva stays there, Bravo will be happy, and they will maintain this sort of run rate. They'll also maintain the left-hand, right-hand combination, and we would have seen this morning how that put off the CCC bowlers.
Well, not only does it put off the bowlers, Vinod, but when you have a right-hander and a left-hander on strike, what it also does, it gives either one of the players, depending on the size of the field, which is the larger side of the field, the opportunity to access the smaller side.
So he's back and punching down to backward point.
So Mario Greaves into his 4th over. 13 runs conceded. Badly lined delivery. Bravo, I'm sure, will be cussing himself there a bit, having missed out on the opportunity.
So Greaves hasn't done a bad job at all. He's in his 4th over.
Looking to get off the mark, but that there was no single available. Saturan Rambaran from the square leg position. It's coming in very quickly indeed.
Oh, nicely played by Bravo. This guy looks good even playing a single. Very classy.
Just length on that delivery. Hit it out to cover. Here's a single on offer. So Greaves continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Silva. Silva rocks onto the back foot, punches it down to long off. Long on. There's a single on offer. The score moves on to 75 for 2 in over number 14. Darren Bravo just coming to the crease. Excellent conditions for batting here at the Queen's Park Oval. This morning there was a lot on offer for the fast bowlers. And this one is angled down the leg side. Bravo not making any contact, but possibly just missing out on another boundary option. Greaves, Bravo, rocks into the back foot. Plays it out to cover. There's no run. So at the end of over number 14, Trinidad and Tobago losing the toss here, a 76 for 2. Tian Webster going very good early to Shima Holder and...
Well, at this point in time, that's 14 overs in the first hour's play. We take the drinks break, and anytime you see Ralphie rushing out there with the broom, you know that it's time to have a drink. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Allen runs away from the pavilion end, from the media center end. This one is worked down to square leg. There's a single unoffered. The score moves up to 77 for 2. So 14 overs in the first hour. And I'm sure that the CCC players, they will be very well aware of the penalties that come when you go into overtime to get the overs bowled. Normally it will affect their pay package. Their matches. Allen. This one is worked down to forward the square. Bravo 1. It's been a turn for that second. He's going to get it very comfortable indeed. So Allen just getting a bit straight. And Bravo good enough to work that ball into that forward square leg position. And he gets 2 runs. So that takes the score on to 79 for 2.
So the Silver nearing a half century.
It's been an excellent knock thus far from the West Indies and Trinidad Tobago wicketkeeper.
Good quick single. Bravo showing that he's still quick.
And what was great about that the run was the fact that from the moment the ball was hit, they were off and running.
Yeah, it was well judged. There's Allen. You can see Josh De Silva has settled in.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva now, he definitely seems set for a very long visual out in the middle. And why not, having gotten to 44 from 42 balls. So he's scoring more than a run a ball. And all he needs to do basically is to just keep going.
Allen is a big guy, not quick. Seems to bowl a hard, heavy ball.
Yeah, just seems to bowl off the shoulders there.
Kelvin Williams type bowler back in the day.
Yeah.
Kelvin, no big long run up, bowled off his shoulder. The strong man, Kelvin.
And when it comes to fast bowlers, he always gets excited with young, fast bowlers when they come around.
Yeah, he does his job with them. He's very keen. He's here for 2. It's overpitched and driven beautifully down the ground for 4. They say an on drive is one of the most difficult shots to play. And he played it beautifully and to perfection. Let's have a look at it.
A pitched up delivery from Allen. Joshua De Silva just leant on that ball and played that on drive to perfection.
To come after this pair is Karaya, Jason Mohammed, Terence Hines, Shannon Gabriel, Akil Hussain, Sunil Narayan and Jaden Seas. I don't think that'll be the lineup though. Because I can't see Gabriel batting before Sunil Narayan.
Well, I'm sure they're going to have some issues there if that was to take place. But it's going to be Greaves from the pavilion end. Darren Bravo is on strike. Just trying to work himself in. Just punches his ball out to cover. Rambaran moving smartly to his right. Affects the stop. There's no addition to the score. And what a wonderful piece of fielding there at backward point. That was traveling like a trace a bullet. Akshay Prasad diving away to his left. And there's no addition to the score. So Bravo looking to cut loose here at the Queen's Park Oval. Gets an on the edge, trying to play that ball as late as possible. Getting an on the edge, it goes past the slip.
So it's Greaves continuing. Not a bad job at all, Greaves. Just 18 runs so far. It continues to be tight. Bravo wants a single. He has to be careful. It's growing pretty cloudy here now.
Greaves bowling wicket to wicket, not giving much away. Joshua De Silva just 2 away from a brilliant half century. But we've seen a change in the field. A short mid wicket now is being brought in for Joshua De Silva.
Oh, it's a good delivery. Saw him coming. Did turn a bit as well. So it's the end of over number 16. At the end of it, it's now 85 for the loss of 2. Joshua De Silva is on the 48. Keonotley, of course, dismissed already for 16. Bravo is in there at the moment with 5, and just two friends looking on at the cricket. They'll be hoping that others join in there, Anil.
Yeah, I'm sure that, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they would definitely be looking forward, for some home support.
And that's a cloud that I was speaking about just now. You can see it very ominous. One hopes that it stays away.
Yesterday, just about this time as well, we had a very sharp shower here at the Queen's Park Oval.
It's Allen. 3 overs, 1 for 17. Again, good length. More than anything else there from Allen. Coming back into Bravo with the angle.
And just seems to be that kind of bowler that goes into the pitch more often than not, Vinod.
He's had 12 dot balls in those 19, which is good. It doesn't give the batsman too much pace to work with as well. And on a track like this, where the ball is coming onto the bat, you want to take pace off more than anything else. Again, similar type deliveries. This is really good bowling here by Kadeem Allen.
Yeah, hitting consistently those hard lengths. Is it the same? Is this the same guy, Kadeem Allen, who was part of that TKR setup during the CPL, Vinod?
Yes, I believe so. And he, of course, is showing that he's a tight bowler. As tight as the economy here in Trinidad and Tobago, Anil. Or is he not that tight? You had the national budget recently. Oh, Bravo, just trying to change things up a bit. Looking to play a little later. Seeing if he can work the angles. It didn't work on that occasion for him. So you can see, obviously, Allen has tied him down.
He's definitely stitched a few balls together, and Darren Bravo looking to take the pressure off Joshua De Silva in terms of Joshua De Silva doing all the heavy lifting. But so far he hasn't been able to really rotate the strike. So I'm sure the think tank of the CCC team, they possibly have worked out bowling round the wicket to Darren Bravo into his pads, take the levers away, and we may just be able to keep him quiet.
Yeah, basically that is what he has done. He has bowled 4 similar type deliveries, and he's basically taken his hands, Bravo's hands away from him. Short. Bravo is quickly onto it. Pulls didn't really get hold of it as he would have liked. And they're going to go back for 2. But this is good batting here from Bravo. He realizes he's under pressure from Allen as he's bowling wicket to wicket, keeping it tight. And just slightly short. He was quick to pounce on it and get it away for 2.
Yeah, so Allen just possibly going into the pitch a bit more here, hitting that ball a lot shorter than the previous deliveries, but Bravo was quickly into position and worked that ball through the vacant mid-wicket region.
Wide signal. So he wants to end well here. For his 4 deliveries were pretty good.
And it's important indeed to finish off the over without too much damage, Vinod.
Yep.
Many a times we see bowlers stitch 4-5 deliveries together, but they are unable to complete the over without much damage.
This time he's driving down the ground, and that'll go into the boundary for 4. So he just lost the plot a bit towards the back end of the over, and there was Darren Michael Bravo just playing down the ground like he loves to go, and that's 4. So that will break the shackles a bit. Allen has given up 7 runs in that over, and the score goes on to 92 now for the loss of 2. Bravo into double figures.
Well, we would have seen that ball wasn't really in the slot to play that lofted try, but Bravo was into the shot so early. He just went through with that nice flowing action that he has and was able to clear a mid-off, and it goes into the boundary. But that takes the score into 92 for 2. So Trinidad and Tobago making some very good progress. The pitch continues.
So Romario Graves continues, and he has done a good job. 5 overs, none for 18, so I see no reason why not to continue with him. That's well bowled. Throwing the silver onto the front foot. In the air, the silver is in trouble, and let's see. Well, he was nearly dropped. The luck has been with him here this morning. You would have taken that angle with your hands tied behind your back and blindfolded. The fielder on that occasion making a thorough meal of it. Look at that.
And once again, the sweep shot has brought the downfall of Joshua De Silva. Having gotten to 48 from 48 deliveries, really, there's no need at this stage of the innings, for him to do anything different other than to keep the rotation of the strike. And when that bad ball comes along, dispatch it.
Well, I'll tell you something. He was playing well enough, going deep into his crease, or coming forward and just pushing it to mid-on, to mid-off, getting the single. And on that occasion, he pulled out the broom. It was unnecessary at that point in time. They had just gotten 7 runs in the previous over. He knows that Graves is bowling wicket to wicket. Graves has been good this morning. And then all of a sudden, he has to go. 92 for 3. And I will give you a little story. I was having a conversation with the great Sir Vivian Richards.
The legend himself?
The legend himself. And, we were speaking about batsmanship and so forth. And he told me that one shot he absolutely hated was the sweep shot. And when you think back, but over the days you would have seen him play, Anil, I don't really recall seeing him play too many sweep shots. He said he rather coming forward and pushing it to mid-off or mid-on, or going back deep into his crease and working the ball through that V. So, the Silva, I think, Just needs to temper himself a bit with that. He was well poised for a half century. And I think had he gotten to that, he would have been working his way towards 100. And this is what you want to see from our West Indian players. You want to see these guys score big when they come to this level.
Yeah, you want to see them dominate at this level. Show the youngsters, who are around the setup how to construct an innings and also to have continuity when you get that start.
Jason Mohammed is in. It's a good delivery. Mohammed is coming across his stumps, playing it behind square. So Mohammed, he will want to register a good knock here for the Red Force. A lot of talk about why Mohammed was included into the squad. As I told Riyadh Emirates this morning, that I am a firm believer that once you keep yourself fit, once you're delivering, you need to play.
Well, for Trinidad and Tobago, Jason Mohammed has been one of the most prolific scorers over a very long period of time, Vinod.
He has a perfect opportunity here to shut up the critics, so to speak, by delivering immediately. He has over another 32 overs to bat, which is a lot. He's back down to backward point. How has been his form? You're around the setup.
Well, I'll tell you what, he had a very good knock in one of the trial games, and he continues to show, that kind of commitment, that kind of work ethics, and there's no, in terms of his hunger, he's even more hungry now, to do well.
Yeah, I guess whatever would have happened off the field would have motivated him. It served as motivation. The bowling figures: Chima Holder 1 for 27, Thorne 3 overs none for 19, Graves has been brilliant, 6 overs 1 for 18, Kadim Allen, who continues, 4 overs 1 for 24. So that's the situation at the moment. 92 for 3, TNT scoring rapidly, but every time a partnership starts to build, the students are able to break it down.
So excellent rotation of the strike from Bravo. Just playing that ball very late indeed. And any youngster looking at Jason Mohammed or the Diane Bravo, there's so much to learn from these guys in the manner in which they go about batting. I also want to say as well, Nicholas Puran has been coming around the setup as well.
Just flicked away. Call for 2. Only going to get 1. So fierce competition for places on this national team here.
And I must admit, whenever Nick Puran comes around, he's always, talking to all these youngsters.
Allen thought he would have gotten through there. Bravo was quickly down on that.
So
Continues to be cloudy here, Anil. I don't know if you checked on the weather today. I know fellas at your vintage get pain on your legs and whatever when rain is about to come.
Well, what I could tell you, there was a lot of information when it comes to the weather, and it's proving to be a very cool day indeed.
Bravo is driving beautifully down the ground for 4, overpitched, and that will get him into his element there. The score now moves on rapidly to 98.
Allen in.
You see, that shot there, Anil, overpitched. It was a safe shot with mid-off into the circle, and all he had to do was play through the line. And earlier on, you had said that this track, the margin of error is very, very slight for the bowlers.
And indeed, we've seen evidence of that. But is it going to prompt a field change? It has.
Gets one more. Again, Caddy Malin shortening that one up, having learned from the previous delivery after he overpitched.
So Allen just possibly trying to overcompensate for that pitched up delivery going into the pitch. It was a bit too short, and Bravo was able to just caress it through that backward point region and gets a single.
Call of 2. No. Good work down there on the backward square boundary. And it's the end of 19. More thoughts from Anil Lakan with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force reaching their 100 for 3.
So that will definitely tick one of the boxes as a batting group. 100 for 3. Excellent position to be at this stage. But more importantly, 31 overs is still available to the batting team. So a lot of work still to be done by Jason Mohammed and skipper Darren Bravo and the rest of the batting to come. We do know that this Trinidad and Tobago team does bat deep, and the likes of Terrence Hines and those guys, you know, they would want to really get into their own, let's say, between overs 40 to 50.
So again, there's this ever-present threat of rain. And they say, there's a saying that once you insert the stumps into the ground, the rain will come. Trinidad and Tobago has been starved of the rain for quite a while. And in recent times, the rain has decided to come down.
And at the Queen's Park Oval, once you put the stumps up, somewhere the rain just seems to come.
Again, Graves continues, 1 for 18. This is his 7th over, is it? Yes. Here he is. Short, cutting, uppishly, but it's going to spin away into the boundary now for 4. So Jason Mohammed gets going.
Yeah, short and wide from Greaves, inviting that late cut from Jason Mohammed, and he played it to perfection and goes into the third man boundary.
You can see the oval outfield. Looks patchy, but it's smooth. It's patchy because of the lack of grass in certain areas due to the football festival that they held here. But it's still, it's not rough, so to speak. Mohammed wants that quick single. It's not there. Speaking about fitness, Jason Mohammed has kept up his fitness.
Yeah, he will have gotten beyond the pass mark in the yo-yo test recently. Still one of the fittest men around. And talking about the scores in the yo-yo, Kamil Puran, he set the bar very high indeed by getting to 70.
.104. Mohammed with loads of experience. 2 of Trinidad and Tobago's most experienced players out there now. A word on Graves, Anil. 7 overs, 1 for 22.
Well, he's been very steady indeed, and what I liked about Greaves is the fact that when he's bowling to the various batters, he's got his plans in place. For the right-hander, he had two catching mid-wickets. But we're seeing some movement from the groundsmen here, so does seem like there is some activity taking place.
Yeah, well, Anil, I want to thank you for being with us for the last 10 overs or so. And back in will be the former West Indies all-rounder Riyad Emrit, as we continue to bring you live coverage here at the Queen's Park Oval. And Emrit, as he comes into the chair, seems to have brought a bit of rain with him. Don't know Emrit to bring rain. I always know him to bring sunshine. Good afternoon. Good morning again, Riyad. How things?
Good morning, Vinod. Seems like I brought the rain here with me, unfortunately, or fortunately for some.
Well, it's 104 for 3 after 20. How you see it?
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago will be happy with the runs. I think, probably a wicket too much at this stage. Joshua De Silva playing well for that 49 before playing that loose shot, getting caught short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I thought that the shot was not warranted at that point in time because he has had some problems with the sweep shot. And he was just too away from the half century. He was looking good. He was early on, he was just going deep. He was playing to mid-on, playing to mid-off, sometimes pushing out. And again, as every time Trinidad and Tobago builds the momentum, somehow CCC, they're able to break it.
Hey, himself and Bravo were looking, very easy at the crease. Nothing seemed to bother Josh at that time. He's been picking up the singles, putting over the bad balls for the boundaries, and out of nowhere decided to play a slug sweep. It ended up straight him short mid wicket. So I think he'll be very disappointed as well. Having gotten a start, would have loved to carry on a wicket that looked very easy now. A lot of moisture has been out of it now, and I think he'll be very disappointed with the way he got out. But having said that, it was a well played 48.
Well, speaking about moisture, a lot is now, well, not a lot, but it's starting to come down from above. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break, and as soon as we have any action here at the Queen's Park Oval, we'll be right back with you. Bye for now.
And we are back here live at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad and Tobago 104 for 3 after 20 overs. Abhijah Mansingh replaces Kadeem Allen.
Back here, 104 for 3. Just 20 overs going. A good start for Trinidad and Tobago here.
Starts with a short ball. Then Bravo hits his ball back with a point. Cover comes around. 1 run.
Bravo's going to look to go big. He's been in the runs for Trinidad and Tobago the last couple of seasons, but it's a big role as the captain. He's going to want to settle this innings. He just lost Joshua Da Silva, who was going all guns blazing. So both him and Jason Mohammed will look to build a partnership here, try to get Trinidad and Tobago to a big score, but just to set the foundation at this point in time.
It'd be interesting to see Darren Bravo against Mansingh. Darren Bravo, one of the better players of spin bowling in the Caribbean. Definitely be a good matchup here for Mansingh.
And the leg spin coming into the left-handed batsman, so it's going to be a good matchup for the left-hander as well. So, Bravo strong over that mid-wicket region, over a long one. Hits the ball a long way, so you'll be glad for this matchup.
Jason Mohammed as well, who loves spin bowling. He's very good at spin. See how this unfolds.
It's a good delivery this time. Bit fuller than he was in previous two. And just had Bravo in defensive mode. What do you think a good total would be here for this Red Force team coming up against this young CCC team?
We see the start that they have, 106 for 3. 20.5 overs. I think anyway in the vicinity of 280 to 320. I think that's the score they'll be looking at. Anything over 300 will be good. They're definitely looking to get that 300 mark, 280 to 300.
And still a lot of batting in the tank. There's Yannick Carrera, Sunil Narayan's very capable, Akil Hussain, and I think everybody else except Shannon Gabriel. And Terence Hines as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty long batting lineup. Jaden is no rabbit to the bat. He can hit a couple sixes as well. He can hit a couple big blows. So it's a very long batting lineup.
Looks like Tona's going to come back into the attack. Tona's been bowling quickly this morning, a bit all over the shop, but when he does get the ball in the right area, he did seem pretty dangerous. And he's, I think, just 3 overs he bowled.
He bowled some sharp balls this morning. He's been a bit wayward. What that's expected of him for his game at this level. He probably had some nerves early this morning. I don't think they used the moisture, whatever moisture they had on the pitch. I don't think they used it well. First 3 or 4 overs was good, picking up 1 wicket, but then all over the place.
Yeah, I think that moisture would have been around for probably around an hour, so they underused it for sure. And Tone is not the type of fast bowler that's going to pitch the ball up looking for swing. He knows he has pace, so he wants to bowl into the pitch and hit batsmen on the head and in the ribs and things of that nature. But I think he'll be a lot more dangerous pitching up the ball because he does swing it a bit. He gets a away movement from the right-hander, so it's a learning process for him as well.
He'll need to be very straight to Jason Mohammed, because anything with width, Jason Mohammed will pounce on it for sure.
And with the feel he has a fine leg and a deep square and a short, very short mid-on. Not much protection on, not much protection in the circle. Lots of singles available to Jason Mohammed if he wants to take that option. A big gap around that mid-wicket area.
Still, he's very inconsistent in the lines that he's bowling. I think he's probably striving for pace rather than just trying to put the ball in the right area.
Yeah, I think that's an area where he faltered even playing against him earlier this year in the under-19 regional competition. He would bowl a couple of good deliveries and then get a bit carried away with his pace and lose his line, lose his length. So I think once he works up to his pace and gets a consistent line and length going, he is a dangerous bowler, no doubt.
Darren Bravo is slashing outside the off stump. Loose shot.
It's good to see Shima Holder back in to professional cricket. That shoulder injury was pretty concerning for him. Had a stint in England with Shabazz Chowdhury, and his aim was to get Shima back up to full fitness and get him back to playing professional cricket. He wasn't sure if he was going to be able to play after that injury, and it's really good to see him. He is a talent. It was sad to see him leave the game so shortly after making his test debut, but he seems to be waking up to get back into that West Indies setup soon enough.
Yeah, it's good to see him back out in the middle playing competitive cricket. He looked decent at the start, so there's going to be a big task after coming back from injury. So, we wish him well. Hopefully, he plays the entire tournament injury-free.
This is better from tone, a lot straighter, not giving Jason Mohammed any room to get anything free. So this is good. Just 2 runs up the over so far.
I think Shane Dorridge as well has done an excellent job rotating his bowlers. I think his field placing has been on point, not giving TNT batters any free opportunity to get runs.
Yeah, it's been hard work for the bowlers, but they've come back well. This one pulled away, and that big gap being exploited by Jason Mohammed. It's going to run into the boundary and it's going to go for 4.
Yeah, decent over until the last ball. Again, right on, not closing off the over the way he wanted to be. Jason Mohammed pouncing on a short delivery there. I think Jason Mohammed, these sort of wickets is where he scores most of his runs. Easy pace wicket. He's one of the premier batters for Trinidad and Tobago for the last 4 or 5 years in 50 over cricket. He's scored a lot of runs for Trinidad and Tobago. A lot has been said about Jason Mohammed leading up to this tournament, but I'm sure he's want to prove a lot of his critics wrong, and he'd be eager for this contest.
Yeah, most definitely. He would think that, Jason Mohammed is a guy that has the numbers to back him up. He's been, as you said, a premier batsman for Trinidad and Tobago for quite some time now, and his stats back that up. So, he doesn't have to answer to anybody at this point in time. He's on the team for a reason. He knows why he's there. He deserves his pick, no doubt. And I think, especially against this CCC team, he'd want to start the competition well and get himself a score. I'm just getting a bit of extra bounce on Darren Bravo there.
He's bowling the right areas to Darren Bravo, not giving him any room. Apart from the first ball, which was a bit short, everything has been straight on the wicket. The pace he's been bowling with, he's bowling very quick. I haven't really seen him fly the ball as much. Just as I said, that short ball, pull down. Darren Bravo on the back foot, pulling for 4.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get away with those deliveries with Darren Bravo. He's just waiting on them at this point in time, and he's pouncing on them quickly. Take another look.
One thing for certain is Darren Bravo is going to pounce on those deliveries. He's going to try to score as much as possible of those deliveries, get maximum for those deliveries. Mansingh need to be on point against Darren Bravo.
For fielders outside the circle being used is the sweeper, deep square leg, deep mid wicket on a long on. So a leg side dominant field for Bravo again. You know, the leg spinner getting the ball to come back into the left arm batsman. He's gonna look to score most of his runs on that leg side. And I thought the deep square should have been out from the start in case leg spinners aren't the most consistent.
Yeah, I thought that was a miss by Dorridge, not having that deep backward square.
Still another leg spinner in the ranks of the CCC team that we haven't seen yet. That's Jordan Johnson. It's more of a batter, but does bowl quite a bit in youth cricket. Be interesting to see if they use him here.
Jordan Johnson, very exciting young prospect. Looking forward to see how he goes against a very experienced Trinidad Tobago bowling lineup.
He's one of those batsmen who just leaks confidence. He's not afraid of any challenge that's given to him. He's not going to back down from the likes of Shannon Gabriel and Jaden Seals. He's going to want to take them on. That's just the way he plays, and it's been successful for him so far. He's coming off a hamstring injury, but went to Sri Lanka with the West Indies under-19 touring team and scored a bag of runs with 3 centuries, a couple of half centuries as well. So he's in good nick coming into this tournament. He's going to want to leave his mark on the big stage now.
Yeah, he had a very, very good tournament, a very good series in Sri Lanka. As you said, 3 centuries, couple half centuries. So he's coming into this tournament with a lot of confidence. Just have to wait and see how he goes against, as I said, this very strong TNT bowling lineup.
Yeah. Short ball being introduced there, that's been a point of weakness for Darren Bravo over the years.
Yeah, I'm sure Captain Dorridge is behind his bowlers to tell them to get that ball into Bravo's neck. He's very comfortable with the ball up to him. Pace of tone here, definitely going to see a lot more short balls.
Just coming into his 5th over. It's a good delivery from Tone there. Looks like they just left the left-hand batsman Bravo there. Good line, good length. Had him on his back foot and just fishing a bit at it.
Yeah, I don't think Bravo is going to get anything in his half now. They're going to try using the middle of the wicket against him, not bowling anything close to him.
There's a man out there, a deep square leg and a fine leg, as well as a third man and a sweeper. So both fielders straight, long on and long off, up in the circle at mid on and mid off. So they're not gonna. The plan is definitely to not give Bravo anything fully pitched.
Looking to bowl a lot of balls back into the wicket. They want to be too predictive as well. Bravo, a lot of space out there. He probably might take a chance and try to go over mid-on or even through mid-wicket, but the line has to be perfect. There's only 3 fielders on the leg side, so you don't want to be bowling too close. Just as I say. Short ball, not confidently played by Bravo, but getting it over the keeper into the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, not comfortable at all, and but it's good from Tone. Knows that Bravo has a weakness and is trying to exploit it. So take another look at this one. Yeah, just above that shoulder, around the head height, and Bravo getting that top edge, and it goes over the keeper for 4. Comes Tone again.
What
No.
Bravo has done well throughout his career is putting bowlers under pressure, especially the younger bowlers. He is, try to get on top of them as early as possible. Let them know that, he means business. So if he can put Tone under pressure, this is his first game at this level.
Yeah, and I think bowling to a batsman like Dan Bravo, who has such a big name, so much runs, so much achievements in his career, you're always going to be a bit wary of how you go against him. And Bravo is also a challenge for Tony. He's going to enjoy it. I think any young bowler wants the opportunity to try to get one of these big batsmen like Darren Bravo out. So it could go both ways.
It's not a bad over. 5 runs coming off it. And the top edge for 4.
Manting has gone well so far as well, so Bravo's not really been able to get him away. Just the one bad ball so far that he's bowled in his spell. And Mario Greaves to pick up the bowler, 7 overs, 1 for 22.
CCC bowlers have been pretty tidy throughout the morning. Not really, the bad balls that they bowl has been very few. Apart from the first power play, they've been really, really good. Come back strong. So the rebuilding process here for Trinidad Tobago Red Force team with these 2 senior batters at the crease.
And Mohammed looking comfortable against the spin. Bravo has had most of the strike since these two came together, but Mohammed is just keeping it ticking.
One, if not these two, would try to bat as deep as possible. Probably close to the 40th over, or even bat out the 50 overs.
Yeah, they want to set a good foundation to try to get that 280 to 320 score that you were talking about earlier. So 25 overs to go after this, just halfway there. And these two can take it deep, could set the platform for the likes of Terrell Hines and Sunil Narayan Akilusin to come out and play their shots, their natural game.
Well, just sliding down the leg side. Seems to be a slider. A lot quicker than the balls before.
I think Mohammed might have been in trouble if he could line that one up where he wanted it to go. Comes Manseng again, 5th delivery of the over. On the back foot and cut nicely from Bravo with just 1. Worked away again for a single, so that's going to be the end of 25. Trinidad Tobago 128 for 3.
What we haven't seen a lot in the Caribbean is leg spinners who are willing to flight the ball and let batters come down the wicket to them. There's a lot of T20 cricket, but has been played, and a lot of bowlers trying to firing the ball as fast as possible, but we're not seeing, bowlers with a lot of flight, a lot of guile through the air, letting batters come to them. And we need to see a lot more of these bowlers using the crease, flighting the ball a lot more.
Yeah, I think you're right with the introduction of T20 cricket. A lot of leg spinners, or spinners in general, just try to bowl a lot flatter, not allow batsmen to get underneath them. But leg spinners are wicket-taking, aggressive type of bowler. So, using the crease, as you said, or flighting the ball a bit more. You don't mind getting hit for a couple of boundaries, but pick up wickets at the same time. I think 50 over cricket, you won't mind that at all. Man Singh has been very flat. Don't think he's really given the ball any flight since he's come on for his first 3 overs.
This is a lot better from Tone. Last 8 or 9 balls, he's been bowling, the right areas, apart from short ball, he bowled to Jason Mohammed, who pulled him through wide, long on, mid on. I think he's understand the areas that he has to bowl now. He's bowling with some pace.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for him. He's going to want to get one of these guys out. It's good from Jason Mohammed. Keeping it ticking, not staying at the crease for too long.
Yes, it's good to see Jason trying to rotate strike, left hand, right hand combination. It's always going to be difficult to bowlers. It's good to see that they're trying to pick up the singles and get in the odd boundaries. This is what you expect from senior batters in Trinidad Tobago team. It's always been a problem in the Caribbean, batters trying to pick up singles consistently.
This one, a bit fuller with Bravo, just pushing it to that man at cover. It's not going to be any runs. Slipping in play, 26th over. It's good to see the slip in play from Shane Doherty. He's still trying to be aggressive, trying to get one of these big fish out.
Yeah, I'm impressed with his field placing. He's been good throughout the inning so far. Shane has a lot of experience, a lot of international experience as well. So,
Yes. Surprise full delivery there from Tone.
and that's what I keep saying. You don't have to be too predictive. Bowling back a length to Darren Bravo and sliding in that the attempted Yorker, which is good.
So this opportunity is going to do him a whole lot of good going into that under-19 World Cup in, I believe it's in February. Short again. This one surprisingly caught wide by the umpire. It looked like it went over
Thought
the
it went
stumps.
over the stumps, but I think he got away with one against Jason Mohammed last over where she didn't call wide. So
Cricket works in mysterious ways sometimes. But good intent again from Tone to try to get the ball into the ribs of Darren Bravo. Bravo trying to get out of the way. And unlucky for Tone that is a wide. Good one, good delivery, good piece. And Bravo does well this time. Looked a bit more convincing in defending this one.
definitely they look like they have a plan against Darren Bravo to bowl back a link into his body. Tone has been executing well so far.
He want to carry on. Final delivery in his 6th over. It's gone for 32. And Jason Mohammed is trying to get Anil Lakan out of the way. He's walking in front of the side screen.
You would expect a lot more from Anil Lakan, who has been around cricket for a while.
Yeah, well played again from Jason Mohammed. Just fend it away for a single, so that's going to be the end of the 26th over. Trinidad Tobago 132 for 3.
This is a good little partnership here by these two. Two senior batters in the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team. They know how important it is for them to bat as long as possible. They can carry on the batting, as I keep saying, close to 40 overs. The likes of Tero, Terence Hines, Akil Hussain, Sunil Narayan.
Love to see the King get some runs today. Loves the Queen's back over his home.
I'm sure he'll be waiting anxiously to come out here to get a piece of this.
See a couple of changes in the field. The mid wickets out there. Long off and a deep extra cover. There's 3 fielders on a deep backward square actually, so you're using their full quota of 4 fielders outside the circle. This one driven nicely from Jason Mohammed through the gap, and Ton does well to pick it up, and it's just going to be 2. Good from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, ball flighted outside the off stump, and Jason Mohammed, knowing that way he can score from. He's not someone to block those sort of deliveries.
He's a smart batsman. He's going to stick around for time and put away all those bad balls.
He would look to score as well off the bad balls. He's not going to stick around and block those balls.
Yeah, proper batsman, Jason Mohammed. 17 of 27. He will want to get a big score here. Remember a couple of years ago, quite a while ago actually, Super 50 final against Ghana, Jason Mohammed scored 100.
Yeah, I remember that pretty well. Myself was batting with him when he scored that 100. We were in a bit of a bother. We had a pretty decent partnership at the end.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that would have been the partnership that put Ghana under trouble. You guys got the score to 200 as a psychological landmark for the Ghana batsman to go out. I was talking to Anthony Bramble about it recently, and he was saying that there was nothing anyone on that Ghana team could do to figure out what Sunil Narayan was doing with the ball that day. Good delivery this time from Mansingh. His line has been a lot better. It's been straight on to Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, actually, it was one of the few times I've seen the Queen's Park Oval full to capacity for a regional game. It was like a T20 match.
Just hope to get cricket back to that state in Trinidad and Tobago. Hopefully, if Trinidad and Tobago get to the final, there is a possibility that you could see a much bigger crowd than we have here right now.
Yeah, and also there's a lot more to play for this time around. There's a lot more incentives, a lot more money at stake to be won. There's also money for topping the table, 50,000 US, 100,000 for winning the tournament. So a lot of money up for stake. As we watch boy Dungi and Lakan strides across the field.
Great Anil Lakan. Nsichima Holder come back into the attack to replace Stone. This is good from Shane Dorich, keeping his fast bowlers fresh, bowling them in short spells, short quick spells. He's gonna want them to put all their energy into these short spells. So Shima Holder, 5 overs, 1 for 27. Bowled best this morning when he pitched the ball up and let it swing, but ball is a lot older now and different stage of the game. He's going to want to be a little bit more into the pitch, and short ball this time. Jason Mohammed stylishly hooking it into the leg side, and they're going to come around nicely for 2. Classic Jason Mohammed, that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see spin from both ends as long as Darren Bravo is at the crease. I think Shane is going to use his experience here and try to bowl the faster bowlers at one end and make sure that he's as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, he's gonna want to keep that short ball element in Darren Bravo's mind. Partnership of 45 between these two. Exactly what they needed after losing Joshua Da Silva, who was set, was looking good to score 100. Fell short of that, unfortunately, but when you think about that innings from Joshua Da Silva, he came in and he really took the game on.
Joshua came in and from ball one, he looked very positive, getting a chance early on, but that didn't bother him. I think he'll be disappointed that he didn't carry on. Thought he was batting really well before he played that shot. He'd be very disappointed not carrying on to get a big score here.
Yeah, I think it's something that he's going to learn from going into the rest of this competition, but it was really a positive innings. He just lost a early wicket, but it didn't really affect him too much. He just came in and played his game, played naturally, and looked to take the game on, looked to put the bowlers on the back foot early, and he did just that. Because when they did pick up the wicket of Tion Webster, the CCC team were on top. The first 3 or 4 overs were quite tight. The Red Force batsman wouldn't get in to score, and when Da Silva came in and played that type of innings, it gave Keon Otley a chance to settle into the game a bit until he got out. But it's good from Da Silva and good from the planning committee and that Trinidad and Tobago team, whether it be the coaches and the captains or just the players themselves. But
I think all of the batters that been dismissed this morning will be very disappointed. Some really, really soft dismissals. Tion Webster hitting straight to backward point, Otley straight to extra cover, and Da Silva short mid wicket. I don't think the bowlers really bowl good balls to get them out. They manufacture the way of getting out, so they won't be really happy with the way they got out this morning.
yeah, I think especially Tion Webster, he's going to be really disappointed. It's a half volley at best outside your stump, and really should have been put away. We see Tion put away those balls regularly, but maybe just a bit, first game nerves.
Again, Shamar Holder bowling that back of a length, not giving them any width. Staying nice and close.
Yeah, man, things going to continue. You're right, you're not going to see 2 spinners at any point in time for the rest of this game, probably. Still have 4 overs of Holder, 5 overs from Allen, and I think he still have 4 overs from Torn as well, so it's good captaincy from Shane Dorich.
See the sun out, probably at the hottest for the morning period here so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit overcast throughout today, so a bit of rain stopping the play a while ago, but the sun is back out in all its glory here. Manson giving this one a bit more air, and that's good to see.
It's good to see he's flighting the ball. Hopefully he can bowl a lot more of those deliveries straight on the stumps. Dan Bravo not really coming down at it. I think he's going to be a little watchful now.
Still a lot of overs left in this innings. Looking to go big. Mid-off is up in the circle, and it goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, this one was flighted as well, but out of the stumps. The previous delivery was on the stump. This one, he could have used his arms, and that he did. All the way over, long off for 6.
Yeah, easy pickings to Bravo. Can't give him width with no one out there, and just getting his hands through the ball nicely. Over long off for 6, so That takes him to 40, and that also brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
After getting hit back over his head, you could tell that he's not going to pitch up the ball again.
Yeah, he's just going to go back to being quick through the air, be flatter. Don't want to let Bravo get into groove against him here.
I think if he's looking to fly the ball, which he probably isn't, he could still put the long off back. Darren Bravo is not a big sweeper of the ball. The backward square, that field is only for a bad ball. If he's going to fly the ball, definitely needs a long off and long on.
There's a lot of captains and coaches tell you don't set fields for bad bowling.
Yeah.
Set fields to take wickets. So, yeah, I agree with that. I think the long off would be... There's a better chance of him miss-hitting it than...
Darren Bravo looking to get to the strikers, and Jason Mohammed is not really interested in getting down there.
Wants to strike, Bravo. 41. He's on.
Jason Mohammed hitting the ball down to sweeper. End of 29 overs, 147 for 3.
Mark Diallo's had his work cut out for him today, because with the fast ball and the spinner on, Darren Bravo's taking off his helmet every over. So Mark has been in and out of the field every over for quite some time now.
Yeah, it's not the job you want when Darren Bravo is batting. So he does it a lot in 4-day cricket as well. 12 and 13 men. Always busy. They sit at the boundary.
Yeah, I think Mark might be thinking about that now, but the sun is out. You won't want to sit on the concrete there. What a lovely shot from Jason Mohammed.
I think Shamar Hole is very predictive now. Jason Mohammed is waiting on the back foot for that short ball. A lot of words have been exchanged in the last over between Shamar and Jason. Friendly words, it seems.
That wasn't a friendly shot, this one. She has short delivery, and Jason Mohammed just whipping it one leg in the air in classic Jason Mohammed fashion, and picked that gap nicely between fine leg and deep backward square. Goes for 4. These two really looking comfortable out there, looking like nothing's bothering them.
I don't think Mohammed is going to back down here now. I think he will take him on.
You see the mid-on go back onto the circle, and a short mid-wicket almost is introduced. So I don't think Holder's going to stop bowling into the pitch and short. Double bluff this time, went full.
Too full. I think Jason Mohammed just missed out on that. I think park past the bowler. No feelers on the boundary behind the bowler, so I think he missed out there.
Yeah, quick Queen Spark over outfield as usual. Just timed that well enough. Could have gone away for 4 quite easily. Good delivery again, going up for the Yorker, and they're having a chat. Bravo just coming down to speak to Jason Mohammed. I wonder what that conversation's about. I think Bravo might just be telling them to don't let Holder get into your head. Trinidad and Tobago are definitely on top of the game at this point in time. Don't want to do anything silly and give the CCC outfit a look in. Still so much time in this game. Both of these batsmen have enough time to score hundreds.
Oh, and that's flirting with danger, Jason Mohammed. Shamar Holder getting the ball to kiss off a good length. Playing and missing.
And just look like he threw his hands after Jason Mohammed. Good delivery from Holder. 2 deliveries left now in this over.
That's the area you want to be bowling at Jason Mohammed. A bit closer though.
Yeah, a lot better there, as you suggested. It's a fiery battle out there between these two. But I think as long as Jason Mohammed doesn't get out, he's going to be on top here. We see a change in water, boys. It's going to be Kari Peer to come out with Darren Bravo's towel. Mark Dale finally getting a little break. He's been in and out for the past 7 or 8 overs.
Also a change in the field. Little long off goes back. Mid off goes back to long off. Fine leg comes into the circle. Until he's going to be pitching it up now.
I think he's going to go for double bluff. Get into Jason Mohammed's head with a short ball here. And full and wide and slashed away over point, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4.
Not where you want to be bowling for Jason Mohammed. He loves wit. Anything with wit, he will definitely throw his arms. Shamar Holder isn't happy with the last delivery. Hands all over the air. Still not happy.
He's an animated guy. Is Shima Holder, 7 overs, 1 for 39. Uh, 155 for 3 at the end of the 30th over. 20 overs to go. Trinidad Tobago will be looking to double this. Try to get themselves to 300.
Thanks a lot. Riyadh, that's fitted into this position very nicely. It's like giving him a new ball to bowl. There's Mansing. Tugged away around the corner. And that's 4. Better fielding would have been the order of the day there.
Yeah, most definitely a poor delivery, but you know, when bowlers will poor deliveries, you expect your fielders to back you up, and not happening this time, but Bravo's moving along nicely here. 45 or 53. Partnership goes to 67. These two have been doing well to rebuild the Trinidad Tobago innings and set the platform for the likes of Sunil Narayan and Terence Hines.
Well, I know you're a big fan of Jason Mohammed. Bravo driving down the ground. This should scream away into the boundary, and it does now for 4. He goes on now to 49. What a shot.
Yeah, definitely, and this is the matchup I was talking about earlier, the leg spin and the left-hand batsman. Darren Bravo is going to eat him up every day of the week once he gets settled, and that one too full, and Bravo getting his hands through the ball nicely and hitting it hard straight past the bowler for 4. 1 away from a well-deserved 50.
His fellow Queen's Park player, Joshua De Silva, had 48 before he perished. So Bravo would want to at least raise the milestone. He's the captain of this team. I always consider him a good captain. So he'll want to be there. That's his half century. Yes, nurdling it around the corner. And Darren Michael Bravo has started this Super 50 series well. And that's his half century. So, I know you're a big fan, Liam, of Jason Mohammed. You think Jason has a point to prove here to anyone?
Yeah, most definitely, but I don't think it's necessarily a point to prove. I think Jason Mohammed has proven himself over the years as one of the best batsmen in Trinidad and Tobago. He's been scoring runs at any given opportunity, so I don't think his pick is something that he has to prove to anyone. I think he knows why he's there, and the majority of the country knows why he's there. He's a class act, Jason Mohammed, and think he'd want to get some runs for himself more than anybody else. I don't think he's going to be too concerned about what people have to say. He's good enough, and he knows that. So he's just going to want to be happy and play his cricket the way he knows best.
Well said indeed. Well, he and Dan Bravo is at work at the moment. And here is Mansing. Bravo, I thought, might have essayed that pull, which he threw his head in the air, angry about it. It was a touch shorter from Mansing. Mansing none for 33. This is his 6th over.
It was a touch shorter, but it was a bit quicker as well, so it would have been harder for Bravo to get that pull away. This one given a bit more air, but good line, so a good finish to the over from Abhijay Mansing.
Well, he has to be careful with Mansing. Mansing, I've always seen Mansing as a thinking player, an intelligent boy, Mansing, and he has to watch him. At the moment, 165 for the loss of 3. As you said before, Jason Mohammed, 31, and with him, Darren Michael Bravo on 50. Trinidad and Tobago national flag proudly standing here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. And it's a situation where Jason Mohammed has come in for some flag off the pitch. This is why I posed that question to you. And, if he has a point to prove. I think that Mohammed, you spoke of Mohammed and his history in Trinidad and Tobago's cricket, his contribution to Trinidad and Tobago. And, two things stick out in my mind. That wonderful 100 he made on an impossible batting track right here at the Oval to win a Super 50 title for Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana. And that was a couple of years ago. He scored 100 when it looked as if no one could have even walked on the pitch. And I think he's second in terms of runs scored for Trinidad, just behind his close friend Darren Ganga. So here is a delivery. He goes back deep, plays it away to mid-wicket. There is no run.
And the CCC unit have a lot of young players. That young man I would have liked to see get an opportunity is a guy who plays for that club of that name you just mentioned, Darren Ganga. Guy who plays for Victoria in Trinidad and Tobago, a guy by the name of Jason Agard. He's a good young and upcoming bowler.
He's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did well in both Trinidad and Tobago trials and the CCC trials, but he is young. He's still a lot of time. He's one to look out for. He's gonna want to try to force his way into that World Cup team.
I see no reason why he can't. He has done a lot, Jason, to address the selectors. You never know. And what I like about him, Darren Bravo is in there at the moment. Twice, I think, in a domestic match, he got Darren Bravo out.
Yeah, he has a couple of big wickets to his name. Bold.
Is that your opening partner, South Zone, over the years? Since what, about 5 years now, 6 years?
7 years, actually. We've been playing cricket together ever since I started. We opened the bowling together in nearly every team we played with. Trinidad and Tobago under 19 this year. We opened the bowling together on a couple of occasions.
I don't know what's better. I just swung away. What a shot by Jason Mohammed. That six. That deserved the treatment. And Romario Greaves, who had bowled excellently up until this point. I mean, his figures are still excellent. Mohammed, who is very adept at playing spin bowling, has really punished him as if to say, what was this guy bowling all the time? Graves 1 for 28. Mohammed ends the over with a 6, 171 for 3.
Yeah, that shot was came at a good time for Jason Mohammed. 5 dot balls in the over, but he's not going to let that affect him. He knows that he has the ability to make up at any point in time, and he's gonna. You can't bowl bad deliveries to any of these batsmen out there, Darren Bravo or Jason Mohammed. They're gonna be put away, and they're gonna be put away with disdain. So, yeah, 171 for 3. The partnership grew in. It's 79 now, and still lots of batting to come. 18 overs to go. So these two will want to take it as deep as possible, so the likes of Terrence Hines and Sil Naran can come out and do what they do best, and that's hit boundaries and hit the ball over the rope.
What? No Shannon Gabriel? I saw on the scorecard just now he's got it to come in next. Shannon Gabriel.
I think that might be a mistake, but
who knows? He can probably land a few out of the lovely Queen's Park Oval, the mecca of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Shannon is definitely capable of hitting a long ball, but I think everybody else who's to come is a bit more qualified in that aspect.
He's having some fun at the expense of good old Shannon Gabriel. Great guy, great personality.
Yeah,
And
he's
just
good.
back, here's Mansingh, worked away nicely. Mohammed is very adept at spin bowling, and I think he will love the diet of spin that he's getting right now. And just to go back to Jason Egal a bit, I don't know what's better, his bowling or those pink socks that he tends to wear all the time.
He's a trendsetter, Jason Agard. Seen him set that trend for a couple of his friends in Presentation College, Nikhil Jalim, in that. This
Well
one-
dropped. Bravo has been dropped. Mohammed still wants the single. He wants to add insult to injury. Bravo is just pondering the poor shot that he played there, and he just didn't run. Mohammed is walking down to tell him, Jason Mohammed is a no-nonsense man. Probably telling Bravo, we're playing for Trinidad, not for ourselves. As that went in and out of the hands of Karim Allen, it should have been taken.
He hit that one hard though, is Darren Bravo. Kadim Allen has been a bit disappointing in the field in recent times. In the CPL, he played for Trinbago Knight Riders, and he put on several catches in that competition, in that CPL. So he's in the hot zone there, and Darren Bravo's not going to hit them easily. So
It's when he hits them, they stay hit. I was very disappointed that I did not see him feature in the CPL this year, Darren Bravo. He has struck some of the biggest sixes here at the Queen's Park Oval that I've ever seen. And you have guys like Puran, Pollard, and all these guys who would have struck massive sixes here. There's a guy called Randy Bechan, a former Trinidad and Tobago youth player, who once in a trial match struck a six over Jeffrey Stallmeyer's stand onto the main road, the Tralgate Road. That was a huge one. But I've seen Darren Bravo destroy attacks here. I've seen him hit one as far as Sinclair Medical. I've seen him hit out of the ground into King George V Park. Mohammed is back, pulling. That's one.
yeah, I think these guys, the likes of Pollard and Bravo and Puran, have the name out there of being some of the best ball strikers in the world. But you ask anybody in Trinidad and Tobago, especially in Port of Spain in this Queen's Park Oval, you ask any of them who's the best ball striker they've seen, they'll definitely say Darren Bravo. He hits the ball a long, long way when he gets going.
Yeah, as I said before, I was very disappointed. I saw some players being brought into the TKR setup, and I was wondering if Darren Bravo was injured. I think he should have been there. But he is back. He's looking to rebuild, continue rebuilding his career. He's on 52. And what he will want to do here, Liam, is to address the selectors, continue to address the selectors, and see if he can get back that number 3 or number 4 batting position on the regional side.
Yeah, I think there's not much more that Darren Bravo could do to address the selectors. I thought he was very unlucky to miss out on those past couple tours with the West Indies team. He's been scoring runs at will. I think after that first class season that he had, that last first class season where he scored a couple centuries, he wasn't really given the opportunity to get a good look in, but he went to the 3-team series and didn't really put out a great showing there, but he took that's poor from Akshay Prasad there. He just left the ball and the fielder deep on wicket went all the way around to deep square leg to pick up the ball that really should have been picked up by Prasad.
Yeah, it's as if Prasad is living in Port of Spain and he wants to get something in a Ruka and calls a man from Point Fortin to go get it for him. That is what happened there. 177 for 3. And that catch, though, that could really make them pay. That catch should have been taken by Karim Allen. I would have taken that with my hands tied behind my back and my eyes blindfolded. That catch should have been taken.
Don't think Kadim Allen would agree with you there, but was hit pretty firmly. But I think you're right. Darren Bravo is not gonna waste that opportunity, and I don't think I'm going to make a bold prediction here and say that Darren Bravo is going to score 100 in this innings, the way that he's been going so far.
He structured it nicely, hasn't it? I'm looking at Mohammed Bat right now, and he has very quick hands. He's going deep in his crease like that. Quick hands. He's looking to whip it around the corner. That one played a bit early, got it to mid-wicket. And this is experience for you.
And Jason Mohammed is a player that is very strong with his wrist. He uses his wrist a lot in his batting. This one pulled away, down to hold that long on, and it's just going to be a single. So that's going to bring us to the end of the 34th. Trinidad Tobago 178 for 3. I think Riyad Emirates was saying earlier that a good score would be anywhere in between that area of 280 to 320. I think with the platform that they've set here, 300 is definitely on the cards.
Mark Dialles comes back in to give some attention to Jason Mohammed. Now, Dial, I think, will have his work cut out whilst Bravo is at the crease. What I noticed in the, as you can see, one of the lovely bungalows here in Port of Spain, in the last first-class season, Darren Bravo batted with that cap that he has on, because a spinner was bowling at one end. There was a fast bowler at the other end, and every over, the 12th man had to come out, take the cap, give him back the helmet.
You know, we saw that today. In fact, I mentioned it to Riyad Emirates on commentary earlier, that Mark Dial was in and out of the field 8 or 9 times in a row because the fast bowlers were operating from the southern end and the spinners on the northern end. And Darren Bravo does not face a bowler spin with his helmet on. So, yeah, Dial has been out there quite a lot.
Yeah, I think he'll get his work out, Dial. He'll work for his money in this match. It's probably the most time that Dial has come out to the crease here at the Queen's Park Oval, the Central Sports player.
This one cut away nicely from Bravo. He's really looking good out there, and Mohammed is going to look for 2, but no, says Bravo. Settle for 1. Mansing 7.1 overs, none for 38. He's not been expensive, but he's not really threatened anything. Bravo has played him quite comfortably.
Darren Bravo is beautiful to watch in flight. He is excellent. You know, you look at him and he makes, the guy scores a single, it looks pretty. Reminds me of the batting of Carl Hooper, Shea Hope. And these guys even score a single. They somehow make it look pretty. Mohammed is back, pulling this one, and a brilliant catch. Taken on the ropes down a deep mid-wicket. Mohammed is angry with himself. The catch taken, the fielder was backing back. The momentum would have thrown him over the ropes, and he just threw the ball very calmly back into play and was able to complete the catch. Mansing strikes. That was a big one. Look at it. One-handed. Wow. And as he had the presence of mind to throw it back into play, and he made it look so easy. Catches like that have become commonplace. After more thoughts, Liam, we will take a short break for drinks.
Yeah, it's that man Shakir Paris out there, played in the Under-19 World Cup in 2022. But yeah, fantastic catch. Showed good composure and good presence of mind to know where the boundary was at as we take another look. But Mohammed is going to be very disappointed. Threw away all the hard work there, but
you know, he would short ball, slight elevation again, he would have been in the business.
Yeah, I think he would have been backing himself to get that over the ropes for 6, and unfortunate for him, that's going to be the end of his innings.
Well, Ralphie's out there with the broom, and every time Ralphie comes out with the broom, you know that you have to take a break for drinks.
We're back here at the Queen's Park over. Yannick Araya comes to the crease. Another left-hander. And this one driven nicely but straight to the field at mid-off. So no run.
The West Indies player, Yannick Karaya.
Yeah, ended the CPL on a high with his batting. Known for his bowling, but it's a class act with the bat as well. Has a one-day international half-century against New Zealand. And got his first CPL half-century batting at 4 for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots in their last game. He could bat Yannick Karai. He's got first-class hundreds to his name as well. He's really a good all-round player. Fantastic fielder as well. So good utility player to have on any team. He's going to want to build a quick partnership with Bravo here. Want to score quickly and keep the momentum going. You don't want to let the combined campuses and college team get a look in even more than they already have. There's that one driven nicely out to deep extra cover for 1.
Karaya, of course, proper batsman, Yannick Karaya. Bravo, you can see still headlining with that 53, the silver at 48. A prediction, Liam, of a final score with the square, and there's the man himself, Jumbo the Nuts man. A fixture at the Queen's Park Oval over the decades. Looks in fine fettle. A big supporter of Jason Mohammed, Jumbo.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, a good score would be 180 to 280, sorry, to 300. But wow, wicket fall in there, Jason Mohammed. Got a new batsman out of the crease. He's going to take some time to settle in. So I think Trinidad and Tobago will know with the type of bowlers they have in their bowling attack. 2 world-class spinners, probably 2 of the best in the world at the point in time, Akil Hussain and obviously the King, Sunil Narayan, and good fast bowlers in Seals and Gabriel. They would back themselves to defend anything. So I think if they could get to 260 between 260 to 280, they'll take that any day of the week. But I do believe they'll get more. I'm gonna say 300.
So it's gonna be Carrier, as he likes to be called. Just pushing it away to short cover. Romario Graves, though, he has been good.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. He's been tight, hasn't given anything away easily. Comes in to bowl his 9th over.
Yeah, he's been tight. He's been as tight as some of my friends' pocket. I want to say good afternoon to Gerard Basso. Gerard Prakash Basso.
And goes Graves again. Good delivery, but Bravo was quick to that one. And
that's well played there by Karaya, because you can see him just delaying the shot to change up the angle to get the ball away from short cover. Karaya's been around for quite a while. Shane Dorich behind the stumps would know a lot of Karaya. They played together for the West Indies at the 2009 World Cup in New Zealand. And to tell you the experience of Karaya, on that team was Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, John Campbell. All of these guys would have gone on to play for the West Indies. Jerwin Blackwood was also on that tour. Brathwaite's back, punching it nicely. He's only going to get 1 for his work.
I think you're forgetting an important name from that World Cup squad in 2009.
Trevon Bugsy Griffith. Is that the man I'm forgetting?
The man himself. Good old Bugsy.
Good old Bugsy. A good guy. Making his waves in the United States at the moment.
Good shot from Karaya there. Sit behind square. Johnson misfeeling that one, and Paris gets around, but not enough. Not quick enough to prevent them from getting 2.
So Carrier has been around for quite a while. Today I showed up at the Oval, and you see guys around cricket. You see, Carrier is still there. He's playing, and then I look and I saw Omar Khan, Omar Khan was the manager of that team back in 2009 in New Zealand, the West Indies actually reached the semi-finals. And on that occasion, we were invited. I had accompanied the team, but not with the team. I was a journalist on that tour for the Trinidad Guardian. And I remember having a fantastic meeting. And of course, we were invited for dinner by Simpson Gillen, who played for both the West Indies and New Zealand. Lovely judgment here by Bravo. He comes back for 2. And Omar Khan was there, Roddy Yeswick, and of course Jason Holder, as I said before, Jermaine Blackwood, Bugsy Griffith, who at the time was touted to be the next best thing according to Ejaz Ahmad, the former Pakistani batsman who was the coach of the Pakistan team. He saw Griffith scored 77 and the West Indies defeated Pakistan. And then he said, look, this guy's going to be the next best thing. The West Indies met Pakistan in the semi-finals and lost. And Shane Dorridge was also on board in that effort. Of course, Holder was a leading wicket taker outside the off stump. And Bravo looking to get it fine because there's no one behind backward point. And the funny thing, just to end that story, the ironic thing, Logan Van Beek would have played for New Zealand at that World Cup. He was the grandson of Simpson Gillen, who played for the West Indies. And then Logan Van Beek had moved to Ireland to play and recently dumped the West Indies out of the World Cup. Netherlands, sorry. And then recently dumped the West Indies out of the World Cup. How ironic is that?
Very, very interesting indeed. Good players. Logan Van Beek is playing his trade in the Netherlands now. He's playing in the World Cup.
Well, at the dinner table, he was telling his grandfather, because at the time he was playing for New Zealand under 19, he was telling his granddad that I really love basketball. And Simpson Gillen, as he was always a sharp, driving, upishly, this is going to go for 4. Should have been taken at short cover, but it would have been a fantastic catch. And the CCC boys will want to work on their out cricket.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially Avijay Mansingh has been... He's grown into his spell here in these last couple of overs, picked up the wicket of Mohammed and has looked a lot better since. But Jordan Johnson put down a catch earlier. This one a lot tougher, but he would have backed himself to take that, Jordan Johnson. He's hard on himself, so he'll be disappointed. That brings us to the end of the 57th over. Trinidad Tobago Red Force 192 for 4.
The Red Force continues to motor along. Here comes your boy Mark Dial with the helmet, because one of the faster bowlers will be coming on. And Bravo will present him with his cap. Lovely. Bravo is on 57. I remembered clearly Simpson Gillen telling his grandson Logan Van Beek that, why are you saying you like basketball? That's not a real sport. He told him that at the dinner table. Must have yielded the advice of his granddad, who has sadly passed on now. Ended up playing for the Netherlands and dumped the West Indies out of the World Cup.
You see Karim Allen come back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 32. Was a bit all over the shop, in all honesty, from this spell this morning, but he would want to come back well here after lunch. 192 for 4, Trinidad Tobago Red Force. He's into Darren Bravo, and Darren Bravo is not going to let him get away with anything.
Well, that was a hairy fairy. He was going to drive through the offside, nowhere close to it.
4 fielders outside the circle is long on, deep square leg, a third man, and a sweeper. That's Isaiah torn out there. full on wide, but too wide this time.
Well, that was nearly a no ball. That might have landed on the adjacent track. It's very wide. He just lost his form as he was about to deliver.
Not really seen much of his bowling, Kadeem Allen, in the CPL, but he was one of those under 23 emerging players for Trinidad Tobago Knight Riders. So cut away nicely from Bravo for one, but Tone slow to react, and Bravo pressuring them and get us a single.
Well, that's the experience of Bravo, realizing that Tone was slow to react, and he saw the opportunity to come back.
You see the experience of Bravo and the inexperience of Tone there. Tone needs to know to just get the ball in as soon as possible, especially against these guys. Bravo wants to strike. He wants to take on Kadeem Allen. This one driven nicely.
You can see Bravo running the first one hard because he knows Tone is in attendance.
This is going to be one this time. Better from Tone. He's a week after what happened after that last delivery. Kadeem Allen also played some cricket in Trinidad this year. Played for Victoria Sports Club as well in our 2023 club season. The Professor is what he's known as.
President of that club is Darren Ganga, who is also taking charge of the CCC team. Direct hit.
Good work from Jordan Johnson there with a good call, good loud call from Darren Bravo to send Karaya back. Good cricket in general.
So it's good to see. Just recently, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board launched or restarted the academy, the annual academy. I think you're one of the guys in the academy, Liam. And how was that experience for the first weekend?
Yeah, it's good so far. A lot of technology being used to get research done on each of us in the academy. It's something I'm really enjoying. Something I'm excited about. You know, the world has come to a point where everything's online. There's so much information at your fingertips, and once you get tapped into it, it's something that could really, really help your game. So Allen comes into Karaya again, a full toss.
What was that? Temper slow delivery. Popped it. No man's land though.
End up an interesting over from Kadeem Allen, to say the least. 5 off it.
Continues to look cloudy here at the Queen's Park Oval. A very storied venue of great cricket matches over the years, be it domestic right up to Test cricket.
A lot of great memories at the Queen's Park Oval for the Trinidad and Tobago team. As you mentioned earlier about that 100 that Jason Mohammed scored in that final a couple of years back. And speaking to Anthony Bramble recently in Atlanta, he was saying that it's the first time he ever saw the Queen's Park Oval packed to capacity like that. Riyad Emirates said the same thing when I spoke to him a couple minutes ago, and Bramble was saying that there was no one on the Ghana team that could have figured out what Sunil Narayan was doing with the ball that day, not even Shiv Narayan Chandapur.
That's a king, isn't he?
He want to recreate that performance or something similar today. Jordan Johnson is looking very active now. He's looking into the game. Almost time for him to go out there and do his thing with the bat.
Mansingh has done well. We've done his performance so far. 1 for 47. He's in his 10th.
He's not been bad at all. He's didn't look threatening at all in the first part of his spell, but has leaned into it a bit now. Picked up that wicket of Jason Mohammed with a bad delivery, to say the least, but After that, he's been creating chances. 198 for 4. 4 deliveries left in this 39th over. In comes Mansing to Bravo. Bravo playing nicely. Played it late and beats the fielder at short at backward point, and it runs into the boundary for 4. So that's going to be the 200 up for Trinidad and Tobago. Dan Bravo, he moves on to 64 of 71. And yeah, Trinidad and Tobago set nicely here for a massive, massive total.
Yeah, Darren Bravo is well set. 60 of 70 deliveries. So he will look to pull the trigger shortly. And there is some big hitting still to come. Akil Hussein, you know what he can do. We saw what he did to England a couple seasons ago. And then there's also Terence Terrell Hines.
And Snooner Ryan also
The king.
still to come. He's
Yep.
very, very destructive with the bat when he gets going. Usually scores the bulk of his runs in the power play in T20 cricket, but is capable of hitting a long ball as well.
Oh,
That's just-
beautiful. Had Bravo played that any later, he might not have played it at all. That's 3 runs.
And Johnson did well there to get there in
He
time.
enjoyed that. He's smiling as broad as Broadway. He enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Dan Bravo's having some fun out there. He's back in the runs, and
Good old Michael.
he's happy to start on this foot.
I think that's probably the faintest of touches you can get for a director can show us that. Yes, it's coming up. It's Mansing.
Yeah, Karaya running quite slowly, and Bravo trying to push it. I think Bravo wanted to strike for the next over. That's going to bring us to the end of 39 as we take another look at that shot from Bravo.
Look at that. It was in the glove of Dorridge. Dorridge can't believe it. And he took it out of the glove of Dorridge. Let's have a look again. Look at it. Dorridge is going to take it. No, not today.
As you see Mark Dial get relief from his duties once again. Carrie Peter takes a turn. Kenny Mallon back into the attack.
Ominous clouds. That's
Yeah, I
the
see.
eastern side of the ground. But if you look, well, you can't see it on the stream, but over the commentary booth is where the rain normally comes from. You can see it there. It's pretty clear. So that's good news.
Yeah, 11 overs to go now. Karaya and Bravo will look to take on the likes of Kadim Allen. This is the last over.
Punched.
Fours outside the circle. Karaya wants 2, and he's going to get that easily. Pour through at the end there from Ton.
Yeah, I think they've probably earmarked Thorne to not be as strong on the outfield. And they're pressurizing him. In fact, Captain Dorridge has realized that and has decided to move him from that critical sweeper position on the offside boundary, the cover boundary.
He's going down to third man. 208 for 4. But this partnership building nicely as well. 28. 13 of that coming from the bat of Karaya. 15 from Bravo. In comes Allen again.
Pitch right up, no room at all. Bravo comes down to have a word with Karaya. One thing Karaya's done since going in there, he has rotated the strike nicely. He knows that Bravo is on the go. You don't want to keep him off strike for too long when he's on the go.
Yeah, he's been good there, Bravo. Just enjoying himself. Oh, this is a beautiful shot from Yannick Karaya. Through the gap, and it runs into the boundary for 4. A fantastic shot there from Yannick Karaya. As we take another look at it.
Yeah, you can see overpitched. And he just transferred the weight nicely, driving through the covers, through the football pitch, and into the boundary for 4. Well fielded there by Ralphie.
And if that ball beats anyone inside the circle, you could bet your bottom dollar it's going to run into the boundary for 4. So you see long on come up into the circle now and long off going back, which means Kadim Allen is going to want to bowl outside the off stump. 3 fielders outside on the boundary, on the offside. Driven nicely again from Karaya, but just for 1 this time, straight to long off. 213 for 4. Six overs from Thorne. This is Kadim Allen's 7th. Chima Holder's bowled 7 as well. Still 10 overs apiece available to Shane Dorich.
Loose shot there. Bravo is asking for the wide, but I don't think it was.
Missed out there. Bit slow it looked like from Kadim Allen.
So in the 7th, 1 for 44. In the context of the game, not really that bad.
He's been okay, and there's Bravo again to feast up to him. No ball this time, and that's not what you want. You don't want to be giving down Bravo a free hit when he's set.
Well, he has to be careful where he bowls this. It'll go out of the park. I said before, this guy, Darren Bravo, struck some of the biggest sixes here at the Queen's Park Oval.
That's not allowed to change his field, so let's see where he goes. 3 guys are out on the boundary on the offside, so you'd have to think he's going to attempt a full and wide Yorker, or maybe a good option would be a short ball to Dan Bravo. He's not so strong on the pull, as we all know. And this one goes up in the air and a long way into the Stormire stand for 6.
The guy hits the ball a mile. That 6 was actually still traveling when it crashed into the seats down there. Look at the shot. Bang! Well, that could have ended up in Woodbrook Yard. That 6 runs is the end of the over. Darren Bravo on 73. And Trinidad and Tobago large and in charge there, 220 for 4. There'll be a double change in the commentary position. Former West Indies all-rounder Riyad Emirates is coming. And with him, of course, the mayor of Debi, Anil Laka.
So we are back here live at the Queen's Park Oval at the completion of the 40th over. Trinidad and Tobago are very well placed at 220 for 4 with 60 balls available. Riyadh, what's your prediction in terms of the final score?
Definitely be looking to get above 300. Darren Bravo is set, as you say. Karaya is looking good. I'm sure they'll be looking for nothing less than 320 here now.
Yeah, well, the norm would be in the last 10 overs, you really want to be getting anywhere between 8 to 10 runs and over. Karaya, unable to find the gap on the onside.
Karaya's job here now is just to try to get Darren Bravo as much strike as possible. He's the one to do the damage here. He's been batting for 76 balls.
And just coming back to the points allocation for teams. At 4 wickets, if Trinidad and Tobago were to Red Force were to finish at whatever score on 4 wickets, they would have the opportunity to gain an extra batting point. You know, having only lost 4 wickets during the entire 50 over allocation. But it just seems at this stage here, Yannick just needs to possibly, you know, help Bravo a bit here
Yeah, he needs to, as I say, rotate the strike, give Bravo the strike as much as possible. Don't try to do anything fancy. Just get off strike.
But are you surprised, first of all, Riyad, that Yannick Araya came in at this position?
I was a bit surprised. I thought probably Terrence Hines might have come in, or even Akil Hussein. I think Karaya is someone for a crisis. He's someone who will bat you long innings and you know, dictate his own pace. So I think in the fall of Jason Mohammed's wicket, I think Terrence Hines or even Akil Hussein might have been a better option. But he is a batsman. You know, he is a top order batter, well, a middle order batsman. So, you know, hopefully he can get things turning over as quickly as possible. But you can see the mannerism of Darren Bravo. He wants the strike and he's not getting the strike as often as he should be.
And what could happen is, you never know, Darren Bravo not having the strike could possibly lose his momentum as well.
And you don't want that to happen at the end of the innings. Set batsman, you know, you want him to carry on as much as possible. You don't want Darren Bravo losing momentum and then getting out where the team really needs him as much as possible here now.
Yeah, we see our very good friend, Jumbo.
Jumbo is back. Jumbo doesn't seem to be happy.
Well, he definitely knows his cricket, Riyad.
Yes, he does. He does. As you see the groundsmen here getting ready to bring on the covers again.
So ominous signs here at the Queen's Park Oval. This ball is driven down to the sweeper on the cover boundary. There's only one on offer. So Isaiah Thorne coming back really well in this over. Young, exciting fast bowler out of Jamaica. Guyana, my apology.
Yeah, it's been a very good over so far. Just 2 runs off 5 balls, 1 delivery.
And it's great, Riyad, to see these youngsters being given the opportunity to showcase their skill sets.
Definitely, definitely. Young prospect. Closes off the over very well. The end of 41 overs is 223 for 4. TNT Red Force.
So TNT is still on course for a total of in excess of 300 runs, having scored 61 in the batting power play and getting to 218 at the end of over number 40. So with the expectation to get between 8 and 10 runs and over at the back end here in the last 10 overs, Riyad, TNT Red Force team, they will really back themselves here to try and get to that 300 mark.
Yeah, the firepower that they have, you know, these 2 guys are pretty set at the moment. And also Terrence Hines, Sunil Narayan, Akil Hussein, some good firepower to come at the back end there. So I think they be looking to get in excess of 300.
Bravo just tries to dab this ball down to third man. But an excellent stop at that gully position. There's no run. So what would Bravo be thinking at this stage here now, Riyad?
I think he'd be set his mind to bat out the 50 overs. He's the one who has to bat out the 50 overs. He has to stay to the end. Obviously, he'd be looking to get 100 as well. But I think in the back of his mind, he'd be looking to bat out the 50 overs. Yannick Araya, on the other hand, has to try to put the step on the gas here now.
Do you think a message will be coming out soon in terms of possibly asking Yannick Araya to try and up the ante at this stage?
Well, he's batting with the captain here, so I don't think they need to send a message. I think Darren is obviously going to tell him how he expects him to bat. So I think the message is out there already. So Karaya just need to rotate strike, probably try to hit a couple boundaries while doing it. See, the intent is there. Ball on the leg stump there, trying to hit over a square leg, not making any contact, but you can see now the intent is there now.
But I still think in the grand context of the game and where the innings are, it's very important as well for the singles and the rotation of the strike to get Darren back on strike. That's going to be a no ball. So Shima Hula here being a little bit indisciplined. It's going to be a free hit. So Yannick Correa would possibly look to get a maximum here.
Not getting anything of this free hit. I think he needs to rotate strike. If he's not getting the boundaries, he needs to rotate strike. He needs to get off strike. Darren Bravo is not getting the strike that he was getting when he was batting with Jason Mohammed. So
yeah, at the moment here, Yannick just seems to be stabbing him off the strike, and also, for him to really press the accelerator at this stage. This one is played down to third man. It's only going to be a single on offer, but more importantly, for TNT Red Force, it brings skipper Darren Bravo back on strike.
waiting to come onto the field. The umpire is not having any of it at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Is it going to be a run out? A direct hit. Definitely he would have been on his bike there, Riyadh.
Yeah, not a single there. Yet he's looking for it. He's looking to get off strike, to get Bravo on strike. Last ball of the over, he's probably thinking that he needs to get Bravo on strike. Bravo wasn't having any of it.
So at the end of over number 42, TNT Red Force, they are 226 for 4. This is the opening fixture of the CG50 over tournament. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on the likes of CCC, the Students as we call them. But based on what you have seen thus far, Riyadh, how you felt at this stage the CCC team has conducted themselves?
I think they've been excellent. The way the captain as well has laid from the front, making these bowling decisions. The bowling has been excellent. As you see the covers coming on here into the field, not the side that we want to see.
But let's just hope that it's not going to be a long interval.
But yeah, I think Shane has done an excellent job with his bowlers, changing around the bowlers, not making the batters get used to one bowler at any point in time. I thought, young Greaves bowl very well.
And being a captain yourself, Riyadh, if there's going to be anything that you feel that Shane could have done, do you think that there could have been anything different that Shane could have done to possibly stem the flow?
I think, it's nothing that he could have done. His bowlers are the ones who are going to stem the run flow. The first power play, they were a lot of bad balls, apart from the first 3 or 4 overs. The Trinidad batters got off to a good start, which is expected in power play. Power play is probably one of the toughest areas to bowl. And then through the middle overs, you want to try to let the bowlers, let the batters hit you where you want them to hit you. And I think that happened in certain parts of the innings. It wasn't consistent. But again, this is a young team. This is a team that, is playing for the first time and you expect that. So I think they'll get better throughout the tournament. While the tournament goes on, they'll get better. They probably need to use the new ball a lot better. If it's one criticism, they probably need to use the new ball a lot better. They did it for a short period, but they need to do it as long as possible.
So what we would have seen, Riyadh, basically is that the lengths were not consistent, and having gotten an opportunity to bowl first on the surface, one would have thought that they would have tried to possibly get a fuller length in order to try and extract whatever was there on the surface.
Most definitely. As the covers are on, we're going to take a short break and come back to the Queen's Park Oval when we have play. See you.
Yeah, they've come into this tournament on the high, obviously on the back of winning that CPL tournament. They have Tejnaren Chandrapal and Chandrapal Hemraj at the top, two left-handers who they will be depending on to give them a good start and build a foundation for Shinron Hetmeyer and Sherfane Rutherford to launch from. They also have Tevin Inlach, who had a good tournament last season. They'll be hoping to come good again. And Godakish Moti and Nell Smith, all-rounders 7 and 8.
Windward Islands, though, also in good form in that four-day competition. They came second. That looks like a strong top four to me.
Indeed, Matt, and they'll want to repeat what they did in 2017-2018 when they won the title. They'll rely on the experience of Andre Fletcher and Johnson Charles, but also opposition teams will keep their eyes on Alec Atenez because he scored 2 centuries last season. Even their all-rounder in that of Kevin Hodge will be a focus because he produces wickets, he produces runs, and their bowling, of course, a good balance with spin and pace. Shaman Lewis, most senior you can say in this side in terms of pace. Ryan John is there to support him, and the all-round skill of Shamar Springer will also feature for them for wicket taking and runs.
Come over from Barbados, hasn't he, from last year? Shakira, it feels like this is quite an important tournament, really, for West Indies cricket. The start of a new era. Obviously, not at this World Cup, but 4 years' time, want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and you mentioned at the start that it is an opportunity for youngsters to put up their hands, for youngsters to rub shoulders with those senior players who would have played in previous World Cups, those who would have played in that qualifier, where West Indies didn't qualify. So it's a new chance for West Indies to build a new brand of cricket, and I think that's where the bonus point will come into play.
Well, that's it, isn't it? So we're going to go through the bonus point system. It is quite complicated. We'll do that on commentary. But do you like the sentiment that West Indies needs to change its brand of 50-over cricket?
Yeah, I think it's proactive. It's, of course, shaping the style of play even at this stage of cricket. West Indies 50-over coach Darren Sammy, the director of cricket, they want to see that alignment in regional cricket with what is happening at the international level. So I would say these are more performance targets, and if teams are able to hit those targets, then you get a bonus points, or bonus points, as the case may be, from a batting point of view, from a bowling point of view, even the brand of cricket that you're talking about. West Indies is just trying to create that brand. And I also know that they're going to use this now to also go deeper into sort of defining rules for players within those different phases of the game as well.
Well, obviously, getting those bonus points is going to be very dependent on what kind of pitch you get. Let's have a first look at this one. Nicholas with Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Time to assess conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Of course, first game of this tournament. Great to see a fresh surface. We're on pitch number 2. Couple of factors to bear in mind. We are equidistant around just about 62 meters, so not too much for the bowlers to worry about. There is a breeze, though, that tends to come from the northeastern side of the ground that has been a bit variable today. So all those will be factors to keep in mind for bowlers, for batters. Speaking of bowlers, look who I've got with me, Sir Curtly Ambrose, the legendary Sir Curtly. Sir Curtly, great to have you. This surface is one that you've seen over the years. Last season, kind of interesting how captains read conditions. Only 212 was the par score. What does it look like today?
It's a very, very dry surface. It's got a decent grass covering, but very, very dry. Hardly any moisture whatsoever. I don't expect it to be fast and bouncy. Maybe the spinners may cause some problems, but it's a very interesting looking surface.
Yeah, and we'll have to look and see how things go, because in those 6 games, Sir Curtly, 3 captains won batting first, 3 won chasing. We don't know what will happen if the dew comes in. All those are things to watch, but that's it so far from the middle.
Right, okay, so we wait with bated breath to see how this pitch plays, because all of our games, of course, are being played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. When you look at the squads overall, not just the 2 playing today, I mean, I was here last year, these squads seem to be a bit stronger this year. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, of course, because West Indies didn't qualify for that World Cup. You know, have the strongest players in the Caribbean. Of course, we're missing Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder, but most of the teams have their strongest side, so it should be very competitive and very exciting.
Jamaica going to have their work cut out this year to defend that title, looking at the other squads?
They will, and if you look at Jamaica team, you look at Trinidad and Tobago and maybe Barbados, it's fettered with a lot of senior players, you can say veterans in regional cricket, and you compare that to the West Indies Academy, maybe the combined campuses and colleges, a lot of young players, young talent that is being projected and being given an opportunity for them to showcase talent. We saw that in the 4-day competition when we had young players like Alec Atenez doing very well, Kevin Wickham, even young players like those guys who have performed got the chance to play for West Indies international side. So all incentives for players to play for.
Right, well done, guys. Bonus points for both of you. By the way, the Windward Islands have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. We're about to start the new season of the Super 50. Action time in this year's CG United Super 50 regional tournament. It is a tournament of great importance, and it's match 2 live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad. It's the Guyana Harpy Eagles up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. This one has all the makings to be a blockbuster. Two teams who will be looking to do better this season. Both came up short. The Harpy Eagles got to the semi-finals. The Volcanoes didn't enter those playoffs, but an influx of experienced players: Hetmeyer, Rutherford, Shepherd, Gudakesh Moti, and for the Volcanoes, led by Captain Andre Fletcher. Of course, have got Johnson Charles, who will be at the top of the order. Alec Athenaze is one to watch as well. Had a stunning Super 50 in 2022. Volcanoes won the toss, chose to bowl. What will be first of 13 matches here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Hemraj back into the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, missed the tournament in 2022. One of 3 changes that the Guyana side have made this season, and alongside him, West Indies test opener. Great to see him in Guyana colours as well. Tej Narain Chandapal, just in his 20th list day match. Sherman Lewis
Right arm seamer, tall figure. He's bowled the new ball for a couple of seasons now for this Windward Islands Volcano side. We'll be looking for early inroads. Both teams will want to get a good start to this competition. Funny enough, met in match 2 last season. It was a nail-biter. Volcanoes got the better of the Eagles then. Just about ready for the start. Should be the first ball of exciting times ahead. Starts over the wicket on a good length. Fast bowling out in the middle. Got a couple fast bowlers alongside me. Sir Curtly Ambrose rejoins us. Been with us for a couple seasons. Also, new face Kesrick Williams is in the commentary box. His experience, he's been in this Windward Islands Volcano side, won the tournament back in 2018. Gentlemen, welcome. Kesrick, great to see you.
It's a pleasure to be here. Really happy to be sitting next to the legend himself. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy, looking as beautiful. Always a pleasure to come here, whether it's to play or to watch cricket. Loving the setup here, loving the volcanoes as well. Sir Curtly, it's a pleasure to sit next to you.
Well, you know, we go way back, since CCC days. Good delivery from Sherman Lewis. Well played in the end as well. Taking Ryan Shantapal. It's a beautiful day for cricket. Had some showers a little bit earlier, but that has now gone, left us.
Yeah, inside this power play, just allow the 2 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. 2 left-handers out in the middle. The change of field. Second slip is in position. Deep third and backward square, the 2 fielders outside the circle for Lewis, still over the wicket. So currently you've seen this tournament for a number of years. What do you think is the most important factor for a team to be able to win this competition?
Because of the nature of the surfaces we'll be using here in Trinidad, they're generally low and slow. I think the batting is going to be key. If you can put up good totals, give your bowlers a chance to defend decent totals, I believe that's going to be the key. Got to get runs on the board, because the pitches are very easy to bat on. So I think the batting is going to be key.
And of course, Kesrick, not only will batters want to score runs, they'll want to score them at a good clip as well. The bonus point system is in effect. Tell us a bit about that.
Definitely. I kind of like the bonus allocation system that they just implemented. Basically telling batters, look, we need to score runs. We need to score over 300. So I actually like that. And the fact that teams are going to be going for it, we'll love to see it on these wickets.
Yeah, struggling with that line early. And just to notify the viewers about that bonus point system, in these first 10 overs, both teams have the opportunity to gain those bonus points. For a batting team, if they're able to score at 6 runs and over and lose less than 2 wickets, so if they're 60 for 1 or even 60 for 2, that's 1 point. From a bowling perspective, if you take 3 or more wickets, that's a point for you as well. So a lot up for grabs. We'll continue to notify you as we go on the different phases of the game.
I personally think it's a good initiative, because too often we've seen teams playing some really slow cricket, boring even. So with this point system, give them some incentives to at least be a little more attacking, within reason, of course, to get better totals. So I'm quite agree with the system.
Also, in cricket now, scoring over 245, 280 is really something that you need to do these days. You can't score 212 and 200 in one-day cricket and feel safe with it.
End of the first over, 4 for none.
Question. Just for you got these 3 days straight. These 3 days straight. Right? Yeah, 3 days.
So I actually like the bonus system.
They 1 day off.
Makes batters know that, listen, this is the way we want you to play the cricket, which is a good way. We also like the fact that it's been implemented, because a lot of teams, international teams, have a brand of cricket that they play, so the West Indies need to have their brand as well. And I like the initiative of the points, the point system.
Ryan John into the attack, so seen from both ends for this Volcano side. Also got the new addition of Shamar Springer, who we will see a bit later on. From this northern end to the 2 left-handers. Only played the 3 games last season, Ryan John. Came into the tournament very late. Picked up the 3 wickets, but he's been around the list they set up for a while, Kezzer.
Love this youngster. He's very determined. Trains really hard, work on this cricket really hard. Good to see him back in the franchise with a contract.
Given first strike for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in this Super 50 competition. Hemraj shakes his head, but he's got to go.
As I mentioned earlier, Ryan John picking up the first wicket. Love to see him when he get on the roll. Usually bowl a fuller length, get that in swing to the left-hander. Looks a little high, but well bowled by Ryan. Got to use the wicket. Hemorrhage gone. 1 run. The score is 4 for 1.
Look again.
Huh?
Early trouble for the Eagles. Tevin Imlap, vice captain, comes to the middle. Still young in his list A career. Big job to do. Early strike for John. That will do his confidence the world of good.
Certainly would. Every bowler loves to get a wicket early, especially in the first over. And you may just see him working up a little bit more steam. Wickets normally does that to bowlers. Not that you know about it, Nikhil. You know nothing about fast bowling.
I tried, Sir Curtly. Once or twice.
I love his height. I think he would have been a good fast bowler. What do you think, Sir Curtly?
Getting a little bit excited, I reckon, John.
What I also like about John, last year he wasn't one of the players on contract. Well bowled by him. Love that ball. Usually get it to in swing early. He's using that skill that he have. Giving Win was that first breakthrough.
There is some lateral movement. Subtle lateral movement on offer for Ryan John.
Yes, you can see that good shape. A little bit of an indecision from Imlak. But fortunately for him, ball hit the bat and went down into the turf. And now they're changing the field. Look like they're going to put a second slip in. Look like young Athenaeus giving him that is something that you don't want. Don't want to put a second slip in and then they drift into the leg side. Doesn't look good, does it?
I don't think it's the first time I ever heard that from you, Sir Curtly. I've been pressured a lot in my CCC career for that. But it's not a bad ploy by the skipper. I mean, it wouldn't swing for a long time. So you want to use what you have now. Try to get early in rolls.
Imlak has got good memories here at this ground. He's only got 3 50s in his listed career. All have come in Trinidad, 2 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So when he gets on strike, you'll be looking to capitalize in these conditions. Of course, have the experience of Tajner and Chandapol. Was on West Indies duty last season, only played a handful of matches, available for the full quarter.
He had a really good season in the minor league as well with Fort Lauderdale. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes here with some good form. Really did well. He actually captained the team there as well, so not really surprised. He's not short of cricket. So I would expect him to take the charge early, score some runs, keep his name in the selector's mind.
What I like about this Super 50 competition this year, every player, they are available to play for their franchises. So that should be interesting. End of the over, 8 for 1.
Early wicket down for the Ghana Harper Eagles. Lost the toss, being asked about first, but so much experience to come. Anderson in his first season with the Harper Eagles, but Hetmeyer, Shepherd, Rutherford. And Sherman Lewis continues. Does well, does really well, Kenneth Demba on that point boundary.
Not really surprised with the feeling of the windward so early. Kenroy Peters, the head coach, coming back from Australia, did a lot of work with these guys with their feeling. He said he want to have the best feeling team. Really well done by Kenneth Demba, the third man boundary.
I guess it's something that Andrew Fletcher emphasized a lot, talking to him before the tournament and before today. He wants the body language of his team to be the main thing that represents them as they go through the tournament. He felt they just lost it last season.
This is something that you want from your team. Always look like they're in a winning mood. The vibe has to be there, and he's a vibes man himself, the spice man. So he brings that sort of energy to the setup. He's back in the setup now with Johnson Charles, and they did very well last year. So they brought some experience to the team. So I'm very happy to see them in the setup. Team is doing a lot better now that they're there. with the energy and the experience that they bring.
Goes through him at point. Don't think he'll get to the boundary. Have had some rain around, so feel on the heavier side. So Curtly, your take on just what being in a winning setup requires. It's not easy to win a tournament of this nature with 8 teams.
It's never going to be easy. You know, there are a few things to consider. Well, of course, runs and wickets are important, but we tend to neglect the fielding aspect of it. I'm a strong believer that the more runs you save in the field is the less you have to score when you're chasing. And if you can save runs once you're bowling, it builds pressure for the batsman. So the fielding is going to be absolutely crucial as well.
A couple of times, Lewis is straight down that leg side.
Something that Sir Curtly mentioned earlier was that he's happy that that everybody's available, but it is sort of a bittersweet moment for us. We know the reason why they're here. Would love to see this team in the World Cup now. But I'm sure that all these guys are here would bring a lot of experience to the young guys that are just coming up. So it's actually a bittersweet moment for us here in the Caribbean. We know the reason why they are here, but we'd love to see them participate in the tournament to bring that international experience for the young guys that are coming up.
Certainly it's heartbreaking for us as West Indians not having our senior team in the World Cup, which is currently going on in India.
Yeah, but looking past that, gentlemen, it is a golden opportunity. You look at what's to come. England series coming up in December, a couple one internationals there. Australia beginning of 2024. So that's why I love the bonus point system, because it's incentivizing a different way of playing. Opportunities for guys like Shamar Springer, new franchise, 25, 26 years old, in the prime of their careers, to really make an impact. Clean slate for a lot of these players. Tight start so far for the Volcanoes after winning the toss. End of 3, 14 for 1. Conditions have improved drastically. Sun is out. Beautiful for cricket. Did have action, or 6 games last season at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Something that we have to remember as well, Nikhil, is that the Guyana Harpy Eagles haven't won this tournament since 2005, 2006. So they have something to go for here after winning the T20 tournament a couple of months ago. They also won the first class tournament. So there's something to go for here. I don't think anyone has ever really won 3 tournaments in the Caribbean. So there's something to go for here, Guyana team.
That's Guyana, Kesser. What I want to ask you is about the windwards, because you were part of that team in 2018 that went on to win the tournament. Since then, they haven't really made that big of an impact. What is missing?
I think at that point it was a lack of experience. A lot of youngsters was in the team. Now we have Fletcher and Johnson in the team. After the 2018 victory, the next tournament they had only won 1 game. And after that, 2 games. In 2021 and 22, they won 2 games. And since Fletcher and Johnson come back, they're doing well. So you can see the experience of Johnson and Fletcher in the setup brought about something new. And I think that's very important in teams. Getting the experienced players to mesh with the youngsters. Johnson Charles is all over the world playing his league cricket. Such a good character.
Very, very slow start from the guy and a half Eagles. Just wondering if they realize bonus points are on offer. Showing no kind of urgency to score a little bit quicker.
You're a harsh taskmaster, secretly. First game, maybe you want to feel out conditions. You want them to go for the bonus point.
I'm just wondering if conversations being had in the dressing room before coming out about the bonus points, because it takes a while to get everything in. We took a while to get it in, but we did. So I'm wondering if the conversations about bonus points usually just wondering if it will be a usual conversation in the dressing room. It's 15 for 1.
Very experienced Ghana Harper Eagles side. Romario Shepherd center of screen. Kevin Sinclair left of screen is making his way in regional cricket last couple of years. Sherman Lewis. Again, bit of movement into the left-hander. Conditions becoming a bit overcast. Wonder how much that assists the lateral movement, Sir Curtly.
Good delivery. You can see a bit of C movement into the left-hander. Tej Chandrapal.
To me, I think the Windward Islands had a conversation about the bonus points. They have 1 wicket already. Just need 2 more to get that bonus point in. Looking like they're attacking the stumps a lot, so they want their bonus points, Nikhil.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago already have 1. Got to 62 for 1 on their power play against CCC earlier today. Does well again. I think his Calvin Hodge hits the stumps as well, to his detriment, but he's been energetic so far.
Very, very good feeling by the energetic Calvin Hodge. He's a live wire in the field, but I don't think it was necessary to throw the ball at that time. Resulted in giving away a run.
Variable bounce. That really rose off of a length. Struck him on the glove. May have carried to Tevin Walcott behind the stumps.
How close was that to the wicket keeper? Did it carry? just got the fingertips to it. Didn't get enough glove on it to hold on. And that is something that we can expect throughout this game. Variable bounce because of such dryness of the surface.
Top class. Again, doesn't get to the boundary though. Something that they have to contend with. Have had inclement weather throughout the day. It's a good toss to win for Fletcher and the Volcanoes.
Really love the feeling effort. As we mentioned earlier, Kenroy Peters coming back from Australia, trying to bring that feeling culture in the windward setup, and we're seeing it so far. They have been doing pretty well in the field. Would love that to continue. Good to see Kenroy Peters as well back in the Caribbean. He has moved to Australia now.
A menacing start for the Volcanoes. End of 5, 19 for 1.
After 5 overs, the Guyana Eagles put in the back by Windward Island Volcanoes at 19 for 1. Knockout batsmen
8 international players in this Harper Eagles side. Retain the majority of that core from 2022. They were disappointed, missed out on a finals place, missed out on title. Won this tournament 9 times, Guyana. 4 for the Windward Islands. Ryan John continuing, so 6 overs of seam from John and Lewis. You mentioned the straight attacking line, Keswick. It was a struggle for them last season. Volcanoes only took 7 wickets in the first 10 overs, the first power play, and went at close to 6 runs and over. So will be a point of emphasis. There was no Lewis, who had a shoulder injury. Shamar Springer is another one, Keswick, who I think can add a lot with his seam ability.
Love Shamar Springer in this setup. He had a really good season with the Jamaican Tallowers. Happy to see him here in the Windward Islands team.
So currently, you've coached him obviously in the CPL. What will Springer add to this side?
Apart from his bowling prowess, he also adds valuable batting as well, because he can bat. So he brings that to this team. So his bowling and his batting would be an asset to this Windward Volcanoes team. Good cricketer, understand what his role is, just about execution. But I'm looking forward to seeing him in action.
Both deep fielders now on the leg side for Chandapol. Deep fine leg and square leg. So expect the line to be straight, potentially for that short ball as well. I don't know what it is about the Volcanoes and their love for Barbadian all-rounders. Last season it was Graves. They've had Kyle Mears in this team. Kevin Stout. What is it, Keswick? What's the secret?
I honestly think that Barbados just have the best all-rounders. But yes, Windwards over the years have been selecting, well, the franchise have been selecting players out of Barbados. They come in and they do a really good job. Kind of surprised that Graves is not with them this year. He had a really good season last year. He's now with the Leeward Islands. Can't wait to see him in action.
He's also a good cricketer. Justin Graves. And that's one of the things I like about the franchise system, because some of these guys who can't make the territorial teams have a chance to play for another franchise. So that's a great...
Classic Chandapol. And it just gets to the boundary, the first boundary in this game, first for Chandapol as well.
It was a good shot, but it took forever to get to the boundary ropes. It's a sluggish outfield. Just a little bit over-pitched. Poor feeling. That's poor feeling. Not good enough. Not good enough.
I'm sure Coach Peters will have a thing to say about that later. Kevin Hodge, one of the better feelers in that setup. Love the effort from Shadrach though.
Zafish. Chandapol may be the man for this surface, you know. New ball seems to be doing a bit of lateral movement with overcast conditions, variable bounce. Averages 40 plus in test cricket, so a man for a crisis.
Brilliant test player, Chandapol, but he packs a punch. I've seen him really get off in cricket in the US, so he can take his strike rate really high.
End of the first 6 overs, 26 for 1.
Early wicket for Windward Islands Volcanoes. Chandapol Himraj dismissed. What we've seen so far is conditions that doesn't really offer a lot of pace for the seamers. A little bit of slowness from that surface because of the root structure. Above average, you can say, so there is a slight cushion on this 22 yards. That will challenge batters. They will have to wait, play the ball very late, get adjusted to the conditions before they get into stride. So far, so good from Tej Narayan Chandapol. Alongside me, Shakira Selman. How do you assess this first half hour or so in play?
Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, Darren. It's been a really impressive start by the Windward Island Volcanoes, who won the toss, of course, and chose to bowl first in overcast conditions. Fletcher spoke about expecting Duckworth Lewis to have an impact later on in the game. Thought Ryan John and Sherman Lewis started very well. First boundary only coming up in the previous over. So they've been very disciplined. And you can see Guyana only able to get to 26 for 1. We're halfway through the 7th over.
Tejaran Chandapal, very watchful, as we've seen throughout the course of his career, especially at the start of his innings. He gives more to the bowlers, understands that he's most vulnerable as a player at this stage of his innings, and he will slowly work his way into getting more and more control while he stays out in the middle. That's a traditional approach to batting in the longer formats of the game. 7 overs gone, 26 for 1. Ryan John, 26 years of age, from Grenada. Good job so far. His 3 overs producing a wicket and just 12 runs. And he continues.
Just drifting a little bit too straight on this occasion, Ryan John. But you can understand why he's trying to start the ball a lot straighter. That lateral movement we've seen from him was taking the ball away from the right-handers. Just has to remain cognizant of the fact that the white ball doesn't swing for very long. He's changing his angle now, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Tejaran Chandapal. Slip still in place.
Just losing his sleeves. Very often we see players use that protection on both arms.
Tell you what, Darren, I never would have seen that if it was batting.
Bowling according to his feel. Ryan John with a deep fine leg, deep backward square. As a batter with that sort of feel, you're expecting a short delivery nearly every over as an element of surprise. Ghana Harpy Eagles team, of course, making it to the semi-final last year. Went down to Jamaica, didn't make the final. So again, they will be searching for 2 steps further in this year's competition. Haven't won this title for a long time. Ghana Harpy Eagles, very experienced side with youthful talent. Might be the year of titles for Guyana, having won that CPL title.
Another distraction, this time to Tevin Imlap. Perhaps someone just walking in front of the sight screen as the bowler was approaching. But yeah, Darren, they will be hoping that they can go on and create history and win 3 titles in 1 year. They've obviously won that 4-day competition and then the ever elusive CPL title.
There's that little bit of grip as well. I suspect that is A delivery with less space from Ryan John. Just reaching for it.
Still seems to be getting the ball to shape a bit away from the right-handers. Andrew Fletcher persisting with a pretty attacking feel. That field they're at. Extra covers pretty tight for that ball that just grips a bit on the surface. Perhaps hoping they can get Tevin Imlach to just reach at one and offer a chance to Ali Atanis.
Solid in defense. Imlach, just 2 from the over, 28 for 1.